Okay.
We're live on the Professor Power Channel.
I see some liveness out there. What the hell's going on? There's liveness about. People are there. Where do these people come from?
We're live on the Professor Power Channel.
And why are they here? Is it because they really don't have anything better to do? Okay, got that. Oh, and I can do the poll. Oh, this is so nice. So everybody's sitting out there wondering, what's going on? Why are they taking so much time? Or could it be that there's nobody even there and that doesn't matter?
Much time.
Could it be only us? There's nobody even there and that doesn't matter.
Much time.
Could it be only us? There's nobody even there. Okay. Blazer in the house. Chiro in the house. Yes, indeed. The house is about to get filled. We'll give it another minute or two here. Let people find their bearings and find their way. Jennifer in the house. Greetings, Jennifer. Well, I think it's time we kick the tires and light the fires, Big Daddy.
Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. In a world of fast-paced, ever-changing scenes, there's a group that stands out, the Jesus Geeks team. With their seasoned minds and their tech-savvy ways, they navigate the world in the modern-day maze. Jesus Geeks, they're the ones to seek. With their wit and their wisdom, they'll make you think. From politics to gadgets, they got the scoop. Jesus Geeks, they'll keep you in the loop. Jesus Geeks with their minds so keen, their voices of reason in the digital stream. From bytes to bytes, they spread their creed. Jesus Geeks fulfilling every geeky need. In a world of noise, the calming voice, guiding through the chaos with their informed choice. They'll break it down, make it easy to understand. Jesus Geeks are pillars of the modern man.
Dude, I swear Geezer Geeks are unreal. They're my go-to. They're killing it.
Geezer Geeks are so great. Really, they are making podcasts great again. I only listen to them.
Well, would you look at that? Look who's here. 'Tis I. 'Tis they. 'Tis them. Is all of the pronouns that you could possibly want, and then those that you don't. Because we all know that, the noun has to be pro in order for it to be accepted and to be, just allowed to be in the discourse and the fabric of the bullshit that everybody's out there dancing through and around. And what does all that mean? I have no idea. All I know is here we are ready to do it again. And apparently you guys don't have anything better to do because here you are too. Gee, what's going on?
What's up?
Hi, everybody.
Clay in the house. And I think we have the senior geezer in here somewhere. I think he's just maybe trying to figure out which button he's supposed to push. Because, you know, the buttons move every time you go to use them. So, yeah, I see the house is starting to fill up there. Got Jennifer, Claudette, Jane, the usuals. Blazer's in the house. Welcome, everybody. I'm glad
Yep.
you all don't have anything better to do.
We're going to be here for a while too, so if you guys wanted to share this out on your social media platforms and get your friends in here, do it.
Do it.
Yeah, go get those questionable folks that everybody has.
Yeah.
Don't we all have questionable folks in our you know, our group and our circle? The ones, you know, that, you know, that they're the ones that they tell their other friends to just be gentle with you. You know, don't say anything that'll ruffle their feathers, you know, kind of be cool. Think about what you're thinking and saying before you say it, because you might end up with a show you didn't plan on. So quite a week, huh? I'm looking at this last week of August and I'm thinking to myself, first of all, it's the last week of August already.
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is Stepsember.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems like we just started doing these shows, I don't know, a month ago. And it's actually been like 3 or 4.
Did you see that video I sent you about the Bell riots from Deep Space Nine? I think it was. I think that was a show.
Yes.
So that's kind of appropriate for right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that I'm seeing, and I think I told you, G, a couple times. I've been doing my go-to binge watch, which is Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Marvel. 7 outrageously, incredibly well done seasons, from the writing to the special effects to the casting to the storyline to the whole the production. All of it is just first class. I mean, there isn't one special effect that they do in there, from people getting encrusted in some kind of gray black charcoal matter to Daisy Johnson having the ability to wave with energy waves, anything, and destroy it or move it or do anything. It's just, you look at the effects and you go, this stuff looks like it's real. It ain't like going through the old Star Trek movies when they first started coming out, and you're looking at them going, oh man, I used to think this was bitching. You remember bitching? Did you guys ever use that word? Oh, that's just bitching.
I think only California girls use that word.
Yeah, well, yeah, we had our fair share of those. We also had the Valley Girls that talked some kind of weird, I don't know what it was.
Totally tubular.
Yeah, like totally. Wow, man. It's like somewhere out there, and like, can you relate?
Yep, Blazer.
Whatever.
It is pumpkin spice season. The beginning.
You had to bring that up, didn't you? We're not even.
No.
I didn't. He did.
We got one more month of summer, and you're
I
talking
didn't say
pumpkin
nothing about
spice.
pumpkins.
No, Blazer did. So
Oh,
Starbucks
Blazer.
waits in the shadows to unleash pumpkin spice as soon as September 1st happens.
There you go. Chat's on fire already.
And I'm not a fan of pumpkin spice myself.
Never tried it, but I know my kids and everybody likes it.
You're gonna put me on?
No.
Well, we would if you would
Had
turn
video.
your camera on.
Yeah, just turn your camera on.
There you
Yeah,
go.
look at that.
It was all about you there, Junior.
Yeah, I thought it was Tuesday. I didn't know it was Saturday. I don't know
So
why.
you're-
I don't know why I lost a whole bunch of days or I gained a whole bunch of days.
Yeah. Are you early or are you late?
Right? I'm late.
Which are, I was just wondering if you're early or you're late.
Yeah.
Tuesday or Saturday. I mean, you can go either way with that.
I don't know what day of the week it is. I have to look at my phone. I mean, I haven't had a real job in 13 years.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really. You don't really need to know what day of the week it is if you're not clocking in every day. I mean, it's
That's-
just a day. It doesn't matter if it's Monday or Friday. You do whatever
Yeah.
you want.
I
Unless you
usually-
have an appointment to go to, then it kind of matters.
Yeah.
True that.
I won't get into it on this platform. Robert knows what I'm talking about, but I've had a very interesting week. And it doesn't affect me at all, but someone put a gigantic turd in some guy I know's punch bowl. And part of me, it makes me smile. Another part, I feel sorry for the other guys, but it was
Claudette wants to know if you're smoking the good stuff, Jim.
yeah. No, I haven't started that yet, but I got it. This
It's
one
early.
this one is wicked. It's
We'll start with that one then.
Yeah.
okay. It's berry. It's called berry gelato,
Mm.
and
Can't go wrong with some wicked.
no,
That's the kind you smoke and then you
Yeah.
need to go lay down for a minute.
hey, there's some stuff. My son, the last time my son was here, he brought some stuff with him, and literally, you had to go take a nap after a couple of tokes. It was some pretty intense stuff, but it was medical grade because I only use it for municipal purposes, because the doctor prescribed it. Otherwise, I wouldn't touch that evil weed that is
Damn
grown by
devil
the,
lettuce.
yeah.
We're not 15 minutes in and the fucking shit is already flying. I mean, come on. Now, if you think that anybody, of course, we on the panel know that you're being sarcastic, but if you think that anybody out there that doesn't know you, is hearing you for the first time, doesn't realize that you're completely full of shit, that you're telling a story that's just not true.
Oh, how do you know it's not true?
Because I know you. You have been to my house.
That's not.
we have
That's not. That's
we
not
have
fair.
broken bud together.
Yeah, that's not fair. To know my secrets. Yeah. But I was when you called, I was dumbfounded because I literally didn't think it was Saturday, and I don't know
Well,
why.
you're either if you thought it was Tuesday, you're either way behind or you're way ahead. And
Yeah.
I'm going to lean with A. I think you're kind of behind.
Yeah. Well, I'm delighted to be here, and you three extinguished gentlemen. Oh, distinguished, not extinguished.
Yeah, we're not extinguished yet. Yeah, but
No,
we're we're trying to prolong that as much as possible. And
Yeah.
Indeed.
to that point, when we get together, we like to talk about the stuff that's out there that's going on, because there's a lot of stuff going on and it needs to be talked
Yeah.
about. And in particular, it needs, kind of the geezer gaze. And you guys know one of the things that I keep going on about as far as the future is this whole energy thing, right? Energy is a huge problem for a whole bunch of things that are coming online, or people that are, trying to do. It's not just the electric cars with lithium batteries. All of this AI stuff, all of these systems that generate this AI stuff take an amazing amount of power. And they suck down serious wattage, which our grid and our system is not prepared for. And that's just the AI software. The robots coming around the corner they're going to come faster than people think. And you're going to have a personal assistant robot in your house for somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000. And this thing is going to take care of everything for you, including jumping in your EV and taking it down and charging it and bringing it back for you and picking up some snacks for you on the way back. This stuff is coming, folks.
It's gonna be like iRobot.
Yeah.
Very much. iRobot is a very good one to watch if you want to see both the possibility, but also the peril of potentially letting these things loose. Now, in all of the stories, and iRobot's no exception, when they have these sci-fi kind of fantasy things about the future, you notice it's always some one weird click. It's some nefarious fuck that says, I'm going to go in there and I'm just going to twist it a little bit and make it bad. It seems to be a common theme through all of these, sci-fi movies about technology and robots and all that stuff. But that's a different rabbit hole. But the news is it's about energy. There have been literally every day of the last 2 weeks some news about some new battery improvement or discovery. MIT is doing something with stuff and words that I even have a hard time pronouncing, but apparently it ends up creating a 50% minimum power and battery gain as far as shelf life. Because one of the big problems with this lithium shit now is they take a shit and it's as much as it costs as much as a car to get the battery replaced. But what they're found out, there's one other thing that they just found about these batteries is if it's in how they start them. And if you start these lithium batteries in a certain way, it doubles the life of the battery. Oh. So it's just a simple little twerk and twist of the way that they engage these batteries, and it literally doubles the battery life. But there's not just the lithium. There's a number of others. There's even some organic batteries that people are testing and are putting out called homogeneous cathodes.
It's like my ex-wife.
Yeah, right. I mean, some of these things you go, well, I don't know. It's kind of like that shit when you saw at the Olympics with the names of the events, the kayak chase with the getting your shaft stuck in a cinnamon roll, for example. So, I mean, they're getting pretty crafty with the language and the stuff. But my point is that there's a whole bunch of things happening on the energy front. One I think we talked about.
I gotta close my windows.
One I think we talked about a week or so ago was
want to be spying on me.
One of the ones I think we talked about was the Samsung battery that is half the size, lasts twice as long, and charges in 15 minutes that they may have made, and they're now selling to Toyota.
A while back, it was sometime this calendar year, but probably the beginning of the year, I read an article, and it was about Elon. He's invested some money in a company that uses, I think he said diamonds, but it's supposed to be able to take a charge incredibly fast. We're talking about minutes, not hours or whatever. Yeah. And you have a 1,000-mile range. Wow. And they don't and they don't decide to burn your house down at 3:00 in the morning because, well, shit, it felt like it.
Yeah, I saw that in the news. The place I used to work at, Mitsubishi Motors here in Illinois, when we closed down, Rivian ended up buying it, and they just had a fire out in their parking lot of their electric cars. Their batteries, a couple of cars decided to explode, and it caught a few other ones on fire. So they had a big mess out there in their parking lot.
Gee, I can't imagine. I mean, I think some insurance companies have indicated that we're going to increase your premium significantly if you have an electric vehicle and you park it in your garage.
They've already done that in California.
Yeah, and the thing about California, they want everything to be be electric, but then this time of the year they announce, well, we don't want you to use your air conditioning, and please don't charge up your electric car because you're straining the grid.
Right.
And that's with 6% of the cars, I think, in California are electric or quasi-electric hybrids.
My daughter lives in Canada, and they got that bulletin sent to all their phones and out there on social media for them not to charge their electric vehicles and all that during a certain time.
I did a quick Google search on new technology for batteries, and this one came up. I'd never heard of this one before. Nanobolt lithium tungsten batteries. Working on battery anode materials, researchers at N1 Technologies added tungsten and carbon multi-layered nanotubes that bond to the copper anode substrate and build up a web-like nanostructure that forms a huge surface for more ions to attach to during recharge and discharge cycles, which makes recharging the nanobot lithium tungsten battery faster. And it also stores more energy.
Wow.
There you go.
Now, they were talking about a 6G cell phone technology where they're supposedly going to use humans as antennas and to store energy for your phone.
Are you sticking up your butt or what?
No,
well, that's already a feature on Apple phones, Apple users. I had to. You left that turd sitting there. I had to pick it up with a clean end.
So I don't know exactly know how it works, but they're supposed to have excess energy that the user itself provides for their own phone. I don't know.
Well, the whole thing, all of the physics that are in play now, and this is one of my rant on wax on too long rants, is the energy that the physics they're using for this stuff is wrong. It's just not. It's not. It doesn't include the ether, which is where everything is. All the communications, all the energy, and all the water you want is in the air that we breathe, as in the simplistic way, because that air is the ether. That's where it all is. So all this shit they're doing right now is just kind of tiptoeing around it, trying to, rake in as much coinage from stuff they know isn't going to be what will be in the end, because people don't know and they get caught up in these things, and that's where the money goes, or the focus and the energy, which is one of the things that I want to get to next. But before I do, you guys drink coffee?
No.
Do I drink coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You drink coffee, Jim?
I drink 6 cups in the morning. Actually, 3 mugs.
Let's do a quick poll and see how many of our listeners drink coffee. Because I have some information about drinking coffee I want to share with everybody.
All right.
6G technology is the 6th generation cellular technology that promises to provide diverse connectivity at microsecond speeds. Still in development, the mobile network will operate by a higher radio frequencies with greater capacity and 1,000 times faster latency than 5G.
It's in the microwave band. And the challenge, just it's the same thing that happened with 5G. Once you get into the microwave and you get into smaller waves, you need more amplitude or more energy to push it further. And that's why they had to drop in all these antennas all over the place. Using human biology and the natural energy that we have and interfering with that, using some kind of telecommunications device, basically a universal uniblab, is not something that should be done. Period. That you can't expect anything other than some really bad shit to come out of that. Because we're not designed to be a battery. We are our own battery. We're not designed to be a communication device. We are our own communication device. Tapping all that stuff into the electromagnetic spectrum is foolish and will cause even more bullshit than the shit they've already done. But that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. But let's move on to coffee, shall we? Let's see what we got in the poll. We have 70% drink coffee. So, Jim, you do. Clay, you said you don't anymore?
No, I quit. Well, I quit drinking caffeine a few years back.
G,
No, I don't drink coffee at all.
you just drink Dr. Pepper, right?
I drink RC Cola.
RC Cola.
And a moon pie.
We do have some up in the cupboard.
Yeah, you got to be old to know what the hell that is. But
Oh, yeah.
I had those when I was a kid.
Moon pies and chicken in a biscuit
Oh, I like
With
chicken
the,
and a biscuit.
with the can of cheese that you had a little nozzle on it and you'd
Oh yeah,
squirt it
cheese
out
whiz.
all over the
Little
cheese whiz. Yeah.
whiz.
I think I lived on that for a month or two. Well, coffee turns out, it's a universal liquid, a beverage that's been used all over the place throughout time. Every time it was found and brought to a place where it wasn't, it became like fucking gold. It
Mhm.
became like oils and fine herbs and all that kind of stuff. Coffee was the shit. Empires were built on coffee. Now, we all know that the caffeine is a stimulant. It's got all kinds of other stuff in it as far as, different minerals. And there's even a little, believe it or not, vitamin C in caffeine. Small amounts, but it's in there.
That's why I'm so cheerful.
I think there's another reason for that, but that's
You're gonna hurt my feelings.
No,
well, no,
no.
that would be a compliment because you are a multi-substance abuser or user.
No, I'm a single substance abuser. I don't drink. I don't smoke cigarettes.
See?
I don't chase women anymore. If I
Well,
caught one, I'm not sure what I would do with it. But and the wife probably wouldn't approve either.
Hmm.
So
Well,
no, I'm a pretty healthy guy for an old fart.
Yeah, I mean, and it's because you do that single substance consumption, and you've been doing it for decades. And I personally think that a lot of people that like us who have been consuming cannabis, who have become connoisseurs and aficionados, and dare we say, yes, knobs.
When I joined the Air Guard, I was out of the Air Force for 10 years and decided I needed access to military bases so I can take pictures of airplanes. And when I joined the Guard in '78, the Air Guard, they tolerated weed, and that was fine. And then about 4 years later, I guess it was starting to get real bad in the active duty areas. So they put a zero tolerance on all forms of drugs. So I didn't smoke weed for 16 years. I mean, I didn't drink during that time frame either. But when I was at my second to the last drill weekend, my son had his nuclear powered bong. It was about 6 or 7. No, not 6 or 7 feet. It was about 30 inches, 35 inches tall. It held you put a pint of wine in there, and then a big, huge bowl. And he brought it over to my house. The house I was staying at with my buddy Spot, and I hadn't smoked anything in 16 years, and this stuff was, I think, train wreck. If you've had train wreck,
Mhm.
it is a train wreck. And my son said it was the funniest thing he's ever seen. It's me being just, I couldn't even talk. It was so it was just a hell of an experience. But I like weed. I mean, I don't smoke it during the day. I know guys who wake up in the morning, they light a joint and they smoke all day long. I would be sitting in a corner talking to myself, sitting in my my soiled underwear.
All right, that's TMI.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's that's a vision. That's a vision that you really enjoy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some mind eraser to go on for that.
Yeah, they don't exist. But I only do it at night.
Well, I think was it Blazer said we need where was it? Need to make THC coffee.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking I haven't seen that.
Yeah,
I've seen
isn't there-
everything else: cookies, cakes, sodas, drinks, gummies.
Should be.
Why isn't there?
suppositories.
Maybe we need to do some geezer green coffee.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the United States Postal Service will let you ship that through the postal
Well,
Yeah,
service.
maybe not.
It'll be an exclusive offer. You have to go to geezergeeks.com and order it through our secure paywall.
Yeah.
So anyway, well, coffee is not only just a stimulant for the obvious things, it's also one hell of a fucking what's that laxative. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I have one cup of coffee and a cigarette in the morning, and I am good to go. I am clean from one end to the other. I
Except
mean,
for
just
your mind. Yeah.
well, it bypasses that. There's a guardrail there.
Oh, okay.
But also coffee, there's some recent studies that have said coffee drinkers actually it helps extend their life. You actually live longer because of the minerals and the chemical reactions from the beans. And it depends on the beans, of course, they're all different. But there's generally a characteristic in coffee beans that helps us live longer. And it not only makes us stimulated and live longer, but apparently people who drink coffee have the better sex.
It's always been great. So I don't know how it could be bad or not.
Well, apparently the coffee is a good, not necessarily an aphrodisiac, but maybe simply because of the stimulation, where you can go another 30 seconds past your normal 2 minutes.
Yours is. I heard yours was 15 seconds, but that's all.
lift
All
off.
those rumors.
I have a real life story right along those lines. It's 1965. I'm stationed at Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage, Alaska, and we had a guy named Brian Howard. I mean, he was 27 years old. He was still a virgin. He was a nice looking guy. We'd go to the Buckaroo Club or one of the other clubs, and he'd always bring flowers for the topless dancers. And but he real charming up to a point, but he couldn't get past that point. And you could tell he was getting real frustrated. He'd never been naked with a woman. And one of the dancers at the Buckaroo Club was her name was Dottie Garcia, and she was a hooker in San Francisco. And she decided she couldn't see charging money for something she enjoyed doing so much for nothing. So she went up to Alaska and became a dancer and stuff. And I was talking to her one night. I said, Dottie, I said, do you believe there's a 27-year-old virgin? And he said, well, she's got to be uglier and snot. I said, no, it's a guy. I said, well, then he's lighting the loafers. I said, no, he just can't seem to get past first base. I mean, he's charming. He brings flowers. He's very considerate and everything else, but he just can't get any more. Could you do me a favor? And she said, sure. I said, Brian has Friday off, so he has Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If I bring him into the club Thursday night, will you do a number on him? She says, I haven't had a cherry in so long. Absolutely. What do you want me to do? I said, use your imagination. So it's Thursday. It's Thursday night. Brian's there. I with in our group, and I went over to Dottie. I said, "That's him." I said, "Well, he's been in here all the time. I thought he was a real ladies' man." I said, "He's charming, but he gets to a point, and that's it." He says, "I'll take care of it." Now, Dottie carried a straight razor. That's the type of woman she was, and it wasn't for doing her legs and whatever. And she could probably whip anybody in the bar. And she was fairly petite. She said, "Take care of me. I'll take care of it. You trust me." So she went to Brian, and we're sort of leaving Brian alone so Dottie can come over. She said, "Could you do me a favor?" She said, "How long are you staying here?" I said, "Well, until it's right time, until I feel like time to go home." She says, "I dance until 4:30 a.m. and there's a couple of guys here I'm absolutely just terrified about. Could you hang around with me so when I get off, you can walk me to my apartment, which is just right around the corner?" I said, "Well, sure. Anything to help a woman." Now, this is wintertime in Anchorage, so everybody's bundled up in mucklucks and have down coats. And Dottie, her shift is over. She's wearing this big, I think it was a fur, almost a full length, full fur coat. And this is back when fur was okay. And boots. And they walk around the corner to her apartment. This is Dottie telling me what happened. She said, "I unlocked the door. We went in, and it deadbolted with a key on the inside." She locked it on the inside, and she said Brian was a little bit, "Why are you doing that for?" And she takes off her winter coat, and she's stark ass naked. She said, "Time to fuck." And Brian lost it right there. I mean, before he can get his pants off. Friday it wasn't around the barracks. Saturday it wasn't around the barracks. Sunday it wasn't around the barracks. Monday he's not around the barracks. So we're at building 5800, which we call the Green Latrine. It was headquarters Alaska Air Command. That's where our section was. And the NCOIC came and said, "Hey, where's Howard?" He said, "Oh, he was really sick. He was sick all weekend. We haven't really seen much of him other than the fact that he's been running back and forth to the latrine." He said, "But he should be okay for work tomorrow." And Tuesday morning came. Brian's not there. And I said, "Oh, shit, Dottie killed the poor guy." So the NCOI says, "Where's Howard?" And he said, "Well, he's still not feeling well." And he's starting to get a little suspicious. So finally, and the guy was cool. And we fessed up. And they said, "We got Brian Howard laid for the first time in his life this week. And I think the girl may have caused him to have a coronary or something." And about 10:30, 10:45 on this Tuesday, Brian comes walking in, and he had a grin on his face that you couldn't knock it off his face with a sledgehammer. And I mean, he was literally floating above the ground. So that evening, we're at the Buckaroo Club, and I called. I went over to Dottie. I said, "What'd you do to the guy?" She said, when I came in and dropped my coat and I was naked, he just lost it." And she had a gorgeous figure. I said, "Then over the next 5 days, we did everything that I ever did, and then we invented a few things." And from that point forward, he had more girlfriends, calling him up and picking him up at the main gate than all of the rest of us combined. It was that magic potion. And to this day, and it's been 60 years, so he's probably dead now. And he's probably not listening to our podcast, but he could be. He lived in Pueblo, Colorado. And to this day, he doesn't know he was set up as a gift from his friends for him to get laid for the very first time. And it was one of the nicest things I ever did for a fellow serviceman. So,
well, I wish I would have known you back then, because we probably could have shared swapped gifts.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
I got something funny to share. We were talking about coffee, and you had mentioned cherries. The Kopi Luwak. Have you ever heard of that coffee?
Oh yeah, yeah.
No.
Also known as the civet coffee, is a coffee that consists of partially digested coffee cherries, which have been eaten and defecated by the Asian palm civet. The cherries are fermented as they pass through the civet's intestines, and after being defecated with other fecal matter, they are collected. Asian palm civets are increasingly caught in the wild and traded for this purpose. And from what I've heard, now I've never tried it, but from what I've heard, it's supposed to be really good and really expensive.
Well, I mean, the first time I heard about that was on the movie Bucket List with Jack Nicholson and Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No. When I first got married to Rosemary, she knows I'm a coffee drinker. So she got some real expensive coffee, and I drinking it, and I said, "What's this shit?" And she says, "Well, I went out and got some." I says, "I grew up on Folgers regular original blend or whatever it is called, and that's what I drink today." I said, if it was good enough for my mom, and she would drink 2 pots of it in the morning, doing her crossword puzzles. And if it's good enough, it was good enough for my mom, it's good enough for me. And I love coffee. And if I miss coffee for about 2 days, I get a withdrawal symptoms. I get just a splitting headache.
You start probably turning a little more pale and less color in your, and less buoyancy in your visage.
Yeah, less bounce in my step. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So the just to wrap up the coffee thing, because there's a next one here that kind of ties into this. So coffee's good for you. It's like anything else. Some people have different reactions to it than others, and that's just the individual personal body chemistry and the biology that it goes on there. But for the most part, as a whole, in general, coffee seems to be a very positive, naturally occurring plant that we can have food from and get sustenance from.
It's like
and
weed.
Some other things as well. Well, that's where I'm leaning. I mean, weed and I mean, come on, an acre of
poppies.
hemp. Oh, yeah, those too. I mean, if you grow poppies, some shrooms, some cannabis, and some coffee, and I would even advocate growing some cocaine.
Maybe
because
some cocoa.
When you get those in a cocoa, when you get those in a pure form, in a carefully diagnosed prescription of it for yourself internally, why do you think shrooms are making a big deal in PTSD and in depression? Why do you think there's more people that are chilled out now than there was before, even with even more shit going on? It's because of weed. It's because of cannabis. Dean Martin, I think somebody was talking about the Rat Pack last week or the week before, and it was Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., and Frank Sinatra, and
Bishop.
Joey Bishop. Yeah. Dean Martin, my dad, people say, what'd your dad look like? He's kind of looked like a Dean Martin. And he had, when he wasn't drunk, he had that same kind of swagger and personality. But one of my favorite quips from Dean Martin was, the problem with the world is everybody's just one drink behind. So I modernized that, and I'd say the problem with the world is everybody's one joint behind.
One toke.
People need to find a way to manage and mitigate the excessive, overly stimulated chemical biological reaction that's coming from the hormones that are being kicked off by your thoughts. And all these things are getting rushed, and they're getting, there's a confluence and chaos as they collapse and into one another. And it causes a bunch of spillage in the form of chronic diseases and manic behavior and psychosis of one form or another. The stuff that we're seeing is manifested from the majority of it from very nefariously crafted and very effective food and pharmaceuticals and drugs into our bodies. Our biology has been attacked by all this bullshit. Weed is cannabis, mushrooms. Alcohol has been the staple for millennia, but it's too much of a screw your body up or screw your mind up enough to where your body's also screwed up and now you're in real trouble. But you don't get that with cannabis. You don't get that necessarily with shrooms, ayahuasca, DMT, MDMA. I mean, all of this, if properly dosed, is a treatment for ailments that we are suffering from all the bullshit that's been purposely put on us so that we suffer. That's why one of our sponsors is A Brain. Be sure to, look them up, tell them the geezers sent you, and get yourself some brain pills. So, as we were talking about coffee and its wonderfulness that seems to be kind of prevalent across the board for the majority of people, and how it stimulates obviously the stimulation effects of it, but it also adds to your longevity. And apparently people who drink coffee have better sex. Well, speaking in the better sex space, a new study has just come out. And this particularly hit home for me because it was the focus were people who would speak at events, do public speaking and shit. And it immediately reminded me of my days back in the 90s, traveling around the planet, speaking to people that don't even speak my language about technical shit. I said, what's this new study about what can improve the public performance of people who do speaking events? And you could consider this a speaking event, if you would. It's a panel, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it turns out in this study, they found that masturbation prior to giving a public speech increased your cognition and your confidence in going out and speaking. Your mic's down, Jim. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Jim. Something happened to your mic there. Still can't hear you. No.
Barely.
You're just like you put a sock in your mouth.
Which brings us back to sex and porkies.
Right? So apparently, and I hadn't really thought about this because I never really thought about it when I was doing presentations, but apparently masturbation is the right thing to do before you go speak in public.
I wonder if that's what Kamala did before her speech.
Well, it evidently didn't help her, but it might have helped whoever she serviced.
Went and flicked the bean before big DNC speech.
So what do you guys think about that? Does that make any sense? Do you think this study has got any credibility?
It's probably a stress reliever, definitely.
Can't hear you, Jim. Something's happened to your mic.
Yeah, barely hear you. Like you're.
Is your microphone not in the right place on your earbuds or whatever microphone you're using?
It's right in front of my face.
Well, you might have to get out and reboot and come back in, like you did last time.
Maybe it has to do with that burst of testosterone. Gives you, maybe. Normally I'd want a sandwich and a nap, but I don't know. I've never tried to do it before a speech before, so you never know.
Well, I've done a lot of, I did a lot of public speaking back in the 90s. I was all over the place in conferences and shit.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me
Yep.
now?
You're back now. Yeah.
I didn't do anything but go out and come back in. So
Yeah. Well,
Okay, now my friend uses Rumble Studio all the time, and there's been this bug that goes around where it'll change your microphone settings. So if that happens again, just go down and check your microphone settings and make sure it's on the right
I did before I went out, and it was set up correctly.
See, mine's coming through my webcam right now. And it should be now. It's coming through this. That's weird.
Yeah.
Why it changes all of a sudden?
Yeah. Well, like I was saying earlier, if you're going to be a speaker and you're supposed to masturbate before you go up and talk, you're not supposed to do it at the podium.
well, yeah. I would say
Unless you're at police academy, then it's okay.
Yeah.
I would say
Well,
that
yeah.
I mean, if you're going to do it, you've got to do it in a way that you can get the most out of it. And
Man, that was a really good speech. Don't shake his hand.
It's sticky.
so,
Ah,
you know, and that I just stuck a poll out there for everybody to go vote on.
Yeah.
This is kind of like the chocolate or vanilla, yes or no. But you know, one of the things that people don't realize is just about every hand you have shaken has had a dick in it.
Yep. True that.
That's- you don't want to shake anybody's hand anymore. Huh?
So let's see. Yeah, the votes are coming in hot and heavy with just one vote for masturbation. Yes.
What up, Bob McBob?
Come on, you chickens. Get in there and vote.
You know what? I got a question for the audience. You guys ever been caught masturbating in the closet? No. Good place to hide, isn't it?
We're a bunch of sick fucks.
Well, I think I do have one other thing here, but I think I'll save that till a little later. It's time to get into the follies, the foolery, and the fuckery, because there's a fair amount of that that's happened last time we geezed. Let's see here. Which one is this? That's that one. That's that one. Okay, yeah, we're gonna use we're just gonna use Mr. Gutfeld and his prognostication and analysis of the main event this week, which was the complete abject failure of whatever that interview thing was.
On CNN.
That was, I mean, come on.
I heard that they taped it for the taping session was 5.5 hours.
Hmm.
And it took them
Yeah.
that long to get, was it 18 minutes of usable?
They edited 60% of it out.
More than 60%. I mean, it was just, and everything that I read, and these are Democrats and lefties, they were just absolutely beside themselves how bad it was.
Well, all you had to do was just kind of, you know, we talk about the language that people use and the expressions on their faces that tells of, you know, what's going on there. Are these people really? Are they real? Are they just faking it? Do they make it? What is going on here? Oh, and yes, Jennifer did some quick research for us, closing out the last topic. There is some research suggesting that masturbation may improve cognitive functioning, including research that masturbation is associated with increased cognitive functioning. I think that might be a valid research. That's funny.
Well, Jennifer also made a comment about my mom, 2 pots of coffee. Yep. All 12. I mean, she had the big cup, the big old fashioned coffee pot with percolated. And that she'd get up at 6 o'clock, get my dad off and then to work, and then get us, my brother and I, ready for school, unless it was, weekend or summertime. But she'd do her crossword puzzles. She'd go through 2 pots of coffee, and then her day began usually about 8 o'clock in the morning. She went through that much coffee in 2 hours. But I guess that's what you do when you're born on Halloween. And my mom was referred to as the Bruno Witch, and she could put a curse on you. She was 100% Sicilian, so. That's where I get my sense of humor from, is my mother also.
Well, that also explains a lot as well. So moving right along, let's go ahead and let's hear what Greg's view is. We'll just do his initial jokes. The leftovers are great, but he'll do a short monologue on what he saw. And I think he's got some good points here. So. Where are we there? There it is. Here we go.
All right. So these are the leftovers where I read the jokes that we didn't use this.
Whoop.
All right. So these are the leftovers where I read the jokes that we didn't use this week. And as always, it's my first time reading them. So if they suck, we'll skin Joe Mackey, roll him around in maple syrup, and feed him to the fire ants. Boy, look how white I am compared to my makeup.
Been white a long time, boss.
I know. So this week, the TSA had to remind us that peanut butter is a liquid.
What?
And also that Joe Biden can't fly commercial because he always has more than 3 ounces of liquid in his pants.
Well, he also has solids,
You're
too.
disgusting. He's still our president. This fall, Chris Christie will teach a class at Yale on how to run a political campaign. He'll be grading on a huge curve because he corrects his papers in bed. See? In a Missouri national park, it turns out that an injured bald eagle was actually just too fat to fly. That's the same reason they gave The View when they wanted to do a show in Hawaii. You people. A 66-year-old man fired for peeing in a Times Square hotel lobby is suing for over $1 million, claiming he suffers from a chronic medical condition that causes him to urinate frequently. Yeah, it's called being 66. A man with the world's largest penis revealed the way it's made his life difficult. We'd show it to you right now, but I'm busy. All right, you got that joke. And it is a joke. President Biden is on his 2nd straight week of vacation. He would get more rest if not for the local kids who keep poking him with a stick to see if he's alive. Stephen King mocked Elon Musk on X after one of Musk's rocket launches was delayed. But King should stick to what he does best, scaring people with his face.
Yeah, he ain't the. That's
Some people dispute the claim that Kamala Harris worked at McDonald's in the past. Meanwhile, McDonald's claims their records show just one clown working there. Philadelphia police suspect a couple was getting busy and accidentally hit the gear shift of their car, sending it into a river. I know, sounds unbelievable. Having sex with a person from Philadelphia. The Burning Man Festival drew a massive crowd with an orgy dome. Many people don't know why they went, but something definitely came over them. No apologies. Anthony Fauci was hospitalized this month with the West Nile virus. The doctor recommended he lie in bed as opposed to his usual lying standing up. Good end there, kids. Finally, police in a suburban New York County have made their first arrest under a new law banning face masks. After the arrest, police begged the person to put it back on. All right. Let's talk about the stuff. So last night's interview was a controlled burn. The goal, limit the damage to a small area in order to prevent a larger inferno that would engulf the entire candidacy. For it to work, the conditions had to be right. You had to pick the right host, the setting, the length of time, the chaperone, and the questions. And the obvious one to avoid was her role in covering Joe's mental unfitness. Remember, she insisted President Biden was extraordinarily strong.
You insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people.
That face.
He is so smart.
So smart. So smart he had to drop out of the race. But what if she's telling the truth that to her, Joe seems smart?
Think about
that. Would mean she's a drooling idiot. And Bash just shrugs. But if she did anything else, she'd make Kamala look bad. And we know that that helps Trump. And what do you do when asked about the obvious coup against Biden? You do what any seasoned hack does. Turn it into a family moment. Did it happen on a Sunday?
It was a Sunday. So here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces. And we had just had pancakes and, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then we were sitting down to do a puzzle. And the phone rang, and it was Joe Biden. And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yes."
I am so convinced.
At least the kid got more bacon. I was on the edge of my seat about that bacon. Whew. Since when does Kamala give us two information? She gives us no information. And when Bash hit Kamala on her ever-changing positions, Kamala insisted she hasn't. Spoiler alert, she has.
In 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania.
Sure.
Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed.
Well, that was clear. So 2019, she says there's no question she'd ban fracking. Now she says she won't ban fracking, but then she says her position hasn't changed. So what did? Did the definition of fracking change to not fracking? Because then everything she said makes sense. It's classic Kamala, a pile of platitudes sewn together like John Wayne Bobbitt's penis.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. R.I.P., I think. Google it. Listen to this sentence.
I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter, to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time.
Deadlines around time. You know, as opposed to deadlines that aren't based on time. But what is the significance of the passage of time?
The significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time. There is such great significance to the passage of time.
I mean, true. I mean, what is the significance of the passage of time when you can make an 18-minute interview seem like an eternity? Now, the media calls this race a race to the middle. Say whatever you need to say to come off as a moderate because people appreciate the norm, which raises the obvious question. Why do you push left-wing ideology when come election time, people tell you that it's not what they want? And why is it you can only push your left-wing aims when no one's looking? What's that say? Your positions suck. And you're not being true to voters when finally they're looking right at you, which is a bad time to forget the name of the Supreme Court.
He even called for termination of the United States Supreme, the supreme land of our nation, the United States Constitution.
What?
Well, it's nice to see she'll continue where Joe left off. Jim, you have been following politics for decades.
Very closely, yes.
Very closely. Have you seen a race quite like this? And I don't mean Kamala's race. I mean just the political race.
Well, I mean, I find her kind of entertaining. Like, we've all forgotten the Supreme Court. I called him Soupco. It's just a little bit easier to remember. I knew that would bomb, but I did it anyway because I'm stupid. I wrote it down, and I'm like, nope, don't say it. And I said it.
Story of my life.
But we can't, like, I don't mind when someone changes position, and as long as they're going to stick to it, because we always complain that they dig in on something and they don't change. But her answer should have just been when they said, why have you changed your opinion on fracking? Because I realized more people thought my position was wrong. And so I adjust, like, I don't need you to have integrity. Just do what people want you to do.
Exactly. I have changed my position on a lot of things, and you just say, oh, I think I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's all you got to say. And then people go, wow, why are politicians told not to say they think they're wrong on something?
Probably because we punish them for it.
Yeah.
Like, if you admit that you're wrong about something, people don't just go, wow, that was honest. We just try to kill you for it. She's very irritating. And it's fun to watch her talk about righting the ship when she's vice president for the guy who sank it.
Yeah.
He has a good sense of humor.
I think his analysis of what happened was kind of spot on. I mean, the thing that you always have to, and we talk about this all the time, you have got to make sure that you're using your own discernment by looking at the information with your own eyes and your own ears and getting your own vibe from it. Because if you rely on everybody else's, you're not going to get the vibe that's most likely there, and most importantly, because it's not the vibe, it's not your vibe. So you got a vibe, you got to find the vibe, right? And the vibe's all about, you just got to tune into it. And when you watch people talk, just like we're doing here, we are just as guilty and open to the scrutiny as they are. But these are people that are, they got a little bit more mojo and juice in the public square than we do. So you would think that those are that are the best at it, or at least very skilled at it, would be the ones that you would see. And you would see that skill set reflected in their communication and their ability to interact with people and to look however it is that they look, being authentic, like Heidi and I talked about on Tuesday night show. What's interesting is the authenticity of the foolery and the fakery that's going on is really quite obvious, in my opinion. I'm watching her saying this shit, and I'm going, you don't look like you mean any of this, number one. And number two, you're not giving off any kind of, I'd like to sit down and have a chat, maybe a beer with you at all. And I don't even see that from this Walls guy, which I'd never heard of till he got dropped into the into the back seat of the plane. So, and he's just, I don't know anything about him. I've heard all the stories and the memes and shit, and it's kind of not leaning in his favor overall. But when I just look at him, just like looking at what that was, Kumquat trying to hold her thing together, it just looked like it wasn't genuine. It was genuine in the sense that it was an attempt to not be what they really are.
Plastic,
Yeah,
lying rats.
They did not look like a team waiting to go forward and, you know, bring a better America for sure.
Even Waltz's brother said, I won't vote for him. I'm voting for Trump.
He's going to go to his next rally, supposedly.
And Waltz's brother said that you don't know the half of what this guy's done in the past. And his brother, I mean, I have a brother that I feel the same way. I have no attachment to him. He's still family, but but apparently he has absolutely nothing good to say about Timmy Boy and his morals and ethics and other things. He said, and he may just spill his guts because he's just so irritated at his brother.
Well, I think it's one of the things I'm noticing, and you guys tell me if you see this same kind of thing. First of all, the amount of activity, basically where the energy goes, it's very apparent. There is a shitload of energy and it happened at the assassination. It was when the big U-turn happened of the flow that was afoot at that time. But there is a massive amount of energy from energy sources that have resources of their own and are considered in the higher end of the intellect range of the carbon-based meat suits. So you've got people that tend to be, and what's interesting is there's a lot of shift. Not only from RFK last week and Tulsi. And I mean, you have got everybody that has used to be on the left or in a Democratic position have just said, nope, my side's not offering what this is. And I can go over here and I can make even more of a difference because they seem to be, what's that word we use? Inclusive. Yes. They seem to be inclusive of people who are open and want to come in and make a difference and help make things better and have a track record of being successful at doing these things at a minimum. At a maximum, they've also got a personality to go along with it. I mean, a year ago when Kennedy announced, I said, this is going to be a Trump Kennedy thing, and it will be so epic, people will not believe it. And I I dropped that on a few shows, and they're going, nah, that ain't going to happen. Forget it. No, there's no way. There is no way Kennedy would do anything with Trump. Well, he's now apparently he can basically pick his position in the cabinet without pushing. And Tulsi, she is one impressive human being and a beautiful woman, in my not so humble opinion.
I saw her a couple of times when she was giving talks there when I lived in Hawaii. She's and I voted for her then. I was there for the election, her first election. I wasn't there for a second. But she comes across as someone that's reasonable, someone who has her shit together. Mm-hmm. She's also an Army officer. Not all of them have morals and ethics. Well, just look at the the fake command sergeant major. Oh no, he was demoted. He never had that rank. I'm talking about Timmy Boy versus Tulsi Gabbard. I was hoping that she would join the administration or decide to become a Republican. And both Tulsi and Kennedy have both said there is a whole big busload of Dems that are ready to come over.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And they've had the Bite Me administration and the corruption from Skidmark and his boyfriend Big Mike.
They have used up their allotment of opportunity and they have fucked it up massively.
Yep.
So and it's painfully obvious to everybody, including them. So there is no way out, because that's one of the things they're not good at is planning. They don't plan ahead real well when they put together what the hell it is that they think they want to go do to affect massive global change in the name of humanity and all of the other bullshit that they push. But one of the other quick things was you see last week we talked about the Zucker punch of him coming out and saying, hey, the folks up there on the hill in the big White House called us and said, hey, do you mind? And we said, yeah, all right. So all of the people that were being called conspiracy theorists when that was going down for saying that's what's going down here, isn't it? Are now, once again, thank you very much. We will take the W on another conspiracy that it's like, hey, you guys have used and abused that word to the point to where now we've won so much and there's so much more that's about to come out that all y'all just don't have nothing left, do you? Which brings me to my question. This is my observation on this. I don't know about you guys, taking all that bullshit that I just said into account and taking a clear, objective observation of what's going on here. My sense is that what we're watching was not only planned. There was some, oh shit, because we were supposed to get the opportunity. He was supposed to be gone. We fucked that up. We didn't have plan B. Now we're scrambling. Hence all the chaos and the lack of communication and just the bumbling about, because they didn't plan on it not working. Oops. Just like everything else that they do. So they got into this chaos mess trying to make up a plan B. And they kind of went, well, we're going to kind of make it sort of work like this. But Jockey, well, there's not much. Okay, just go that way. And all the blackmail wars were going on in the back rooms about, who's got what dirt on who to get the most out of what they can. Hunter's probably in there negotiating for the family, trying to get his deal cut. All that fuckery was, you can't tell me that was not going on, because that's just the nature of the characteristics that we see of all this buffoonery going on. I mean, it's on full display. So I think not only was this planned and sloppily, and, it was a bunch of holy shit backfill. What do we do? How do we fix this? But they got into that planning of recovery. And all they could see was the path that they currently have chosen. And they know that path is going to fail miserably. And they're doing this and propping this up on purpose so that it will fail.
Well, Kumquat's campaign manager, or some senior in her campaign, says she knows there's no way that she can win the election. And this is her campaign manager.
The people that you don't have to be engaged in paying too much attention to this shit to see that, the information's got a directional trend that's going like over here this way. It's like I was talking about the energy on the opposite side. The energy accumulation that's happening in the Trump sphere, it's pretty fucking impressive. from my perspective, on a lot of levels, for a lot of reasons. And I got to say, what I'm seeing so far with the folks that are going in, to me, is there some shady and potentially fucked up shit in there? Of course, there always will be. But on the whole, I think there's like this brain trust, if you will, that's kind of accumulating over there. These really successful people that can move things, and they are moving from where they were into this new sphere. There's a lot of levels of, okay, how do you ignore that? And does it look like it will have any legs? And will it be enough to carry it through to what it looks like? If it was today, it would be a landslide. I think by the actual election, the whole possibility of the term people have thrown about of too big to rig could actually manifest. It could be so blatantly over the top, which I think will be a surprise to a lot of people and not a surprise to a lot of people. Because the smart money at this point and the markets are going, we're probably going to have an election, but we won't have a result. And it won't be for a couple of months, maybe. It could take a long time because whichever side loses, especially if it's within the traditional marginal stuff, there's just going to be one
recount
claim of shenanigan and shit from, one from sea to shining sea. Okay. So, but the only thing that would preclude that is a complete massive, are you shitting me? There, you can go fuck with this as much as you want, and you can't out fuck this result. I think that it right now, my sense of the data trends is like it seems like it's kind of going that way. This whole, so let me ask you guys: do you think that what I just said, they not only have planned this, but they have planned it on purpose so that it will fail, knowing that it will, and it will be kind of catastrophic in a political, ideological way?
I mean, Elon Musk had his unscientific question, who are you going to vote for? And it was almost 6 million responses. And X has, I see more lefties on there than I see people on the right. And I think Harris got, was it 18%? Trump got the rest. This is out of 6 million people who've took the time to say, hey, yeah, fuck you or fuck you, whichever one. There was I see polls all the time on. I get stuff. Say,
well, the thing is, the one thing that we, and I'm glad you brought that up, and I want to interrupt you just for a second because everything that I'm saying is based on the following premise. I don't believe shit. I don't care if it's a poll. I don't care about the study. I don't care about the peer reviewed. I don't care about the officialdom. I don't care about the regulatory or the judicial findings and rulings. I don't give a flying fuck about any of that. That is the first thing that it says, because their track record is complete bullshit. The amount of obfuscation, lying, deflection, subterfuge, shenanigans, and nefarious nonsense that comes out, particularly out of the government, is just astonishing. And it's not just the government, but it's all the systems that we use. So the polls, I'm sorry, I started to get off chasing a little nugget there. The polls are bullshit. All you got to do is look at the data of the poll, and you can go, oh, you oversampled this, or you didn't do that, or, oh, look at the way you phrased that question. Aren't you just a little linguistic fucker, you?
What platform is the poll on, and what are the biggest portion of their followers, that could, sway a poll as well.
Well, exactly, Clay. And that's the other point, is that the push and the pull of the propaganda has reached a level that we have not seen before. And the amount of what all this clever verbiage about changing the fundamental ways in which we think and the way our minds work and the process pattern recognition thing, and then using persuasion to manipulate all that shit, because that's all this stuff is. It's a fairly well crafted and been fairly effective group think and mind control system for a few decades. But what they did this last few is they went down a little deeper and started even younger to generate a like a germ and a parasite across a generation of new carbon units. And that's when they stepped over the line, because they pushed it too hard and too fast. And all of us who are responsible for having these replacement carbon units, which, by the way, we are not maintaining our birth rate. Not we're in the United States. It's like the first or second year now we are not making enough for replacement of current carbon units. So birth rates dropped. It's like, well, what's going on there? Why is that? Could it be the low T? Could it be all of the ailments and all of the health conditions that people have from eating all of the manufactured and fucked with poisoned food that has caused all the ailments, which have then resulted in another industry called pharmaceuticals and drugs to have remedies for said symptoms? And we've got so many, you have no idea. We have things for conditions you didn't even know existed. But when we tell you about that condition, you go, oh, I think I've had that once before. Oh, and I've got that other thing that guy talked about. Is that 2 pills or 1?
No, 4.
4. So,
Well, 3 pills. One of them's for the side effects from the 3 pills.
Yeah. Yeah, I particularly want to avoid the one that has the anal leakage side effect. G, what's your thoughts on this? You've been quiet down there.
I just been letting the senior geeks go at it so I can listen to what their procrastinating is. And I've always been Trump. I've always been a Republican conservative. That's how our family was. But I begin to wonder, okay, if we take this at face value, if Kamala is such a dingbat and total failure and they picked this to fail, then does that mean that whoever's putting Trump in put us through these last 4 years on purpose? So, I mean, who's behind this? Is Trump part of the plan also? I mean, I thought he was like
I think this is all orchestrated. I think Trump knew what was going to happen, and the only way to wake the sheeples up, I mean, the 4 of us are pretty well wide awake and have been since Skidmark and Big Mike. But they needed to see just how bad it could get, because like he said,
and how bad could it be?
Trump said multiple times, I can fix everything they fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows where everything is hidden. He knows who all the traitors are. He learned that over 4 years. When he came in 16, I mean, he was, throwing a baby into the woods and, hey, give it your best shot. People that he was close to turned out to be traitors.
Well, and he didn't think he was going to win. Number one, as he's told it, and all of a sudden he realized he was winning, and he kind of went, "Oh shit! Now I got to go do this." It was more like kind of a game approach. But to your point, your question, Jay, and what you were saying, Jim, I've been telling people for all the bellyache, because I'm right there with you, the bellyache, and I'm watching all this bullshit about how this election system that is so trustworthy, secure, and transparent that it can be easily audited at any given time to make sure that all of the critical information is accurate. Except it's not. You can't do any of those things to our election system. It is not auditable. In fact, the whole idea of the election machines has a major problem. There's no answer that's been provided as to why they're used, because they don't add efficiency, they're not cheaper, they're not quicker, and they're not more reliable.
It's payoff.
There's only one reason that a machine is there, because it can be hacked. It's there so that you can commit fraud. Period.
Agree.
There is no other. This question has been out for several months, and people then all over X. It's like nobody's offered up a thing. So what's the advantage of using these electronic voting machines? Crickets. Because there is none. And then there's the whole thing that's just happened down in Brazil. The State Department it's just been revealed that the State Department, our State Department, has been funding these gongors, something like that, which are apparently kind of like an NGO, non-governmental organization, to go fuel and stir up the unrest down there against X, because a judge in Brazil has decided that because Elon's not going to censor anything, that he's going to kick X out of Brazil. Go for it, little Hitler. So Elon's like, okay, it's, and he has the entire Starlink covering Brazil. So there was something else the government of Brazil wanted him to do about the, or maybe it was in direct relation to them trying to kick X out of the country. Elon just said, okay, I'm leaving all the satellites up there for Starlink over Brazil for free. Because you can't stop free speech. Fucking brilliant. I as a business move and a badass and a, hey, if you want to pull shit, let's see who's got better shit to pull. So let's go back to this thing. I think that the whole, just to what Jim was saying, the reason that the rigged election was allowed to pass was because it was the only way to do a proper community supported cleanse. You couldn't just say that these people are nuts, their ideas are crazy, and they can't, and they're incompetent. So we can't do anything they say. That's going to sound, unless you've got empirical data and proof, it's going to sound like, well, that's just your biased story. Yeah, okay. What else you got? But if you let them go in there and screw everything up and let everybody watch and see the same thing, it is a cleanse that will be organic. It's crumbled under. It only took 4 years. I mean, it was pretty well queued up in a pile of shit on the way to where it is now. But in the last 4 years, it is a complete implosion and self-imposed collapse of an ideology because of just, I think, not everybody says brainwash. It's not brainwash. These are stained brains that need a good brainwashing. And the stain in the brains have really caused a significant amount of what clearly would fall into the category of mental illness. So the people on the left, or the people that are really activated, the real intense people that have serious TDS and don't know anything about economics and just have a whole bunch of feeling and a bunch of joy, because boy, did I feel joy when I went to the store today. And I was like, last week that steak was half the price. I still bought it because it's good ribeye. But my point is that I think this is been engineered, it's been purposely programmed and put in place, and it's a last ditch effort to try to salvage a loss with as less damage as possible. Let's put it that way. Because no, you can't watch somebody like that. I can't wait to see my progressive lib friends spin whatever that was that clearly wasn't anything that I would feel comfortable having in the most powerful seat on the planet. No, thank you. We got much better than that. Thank you very much.
Well, I hear it time and time again, and I see it posted on different social media time and time again. Anybody but Trump, anything but Trump. Hell, I think these people would rather live another 4 years of what we just went through, which is just as insane to me. I don't get it.
Greetings, Mothman. Thanks for coming by. So I think, like I said, that this is all a plan. It's set up. It's going to be expected that it will be a catastrophic failure. It will begin a very difficult time for the people who were the true believers, because they believe with a level of emotional content that is out of balance with reality. That's clearly, in my opinion, it's a part of the stained brains that are in that space, because it's caused a very clear and obvious disjointed mental malfunction. I mean, there's the stuff that the extreme expressions of the way that these people feel about the way they see the world, and in particularly the incredible fear they have about one man, the power that he has, the living rent free in the whatever cranium space they got left, is just it's amazing to watch, and it's also very disturbing, because a lot of people that I have a lot of respect for have that.
It's a Jim Jones. It's the Jim Jones syndrome. Here, drink my Kool-Aid.
But in reverse, right? They're afraid of this guy.
Yeah, no, but the paranoia, and don't confuse me with facts. My mind's made up type of mindset.
Yeah. Well, so we've got some other really interesting things here that I want to get to. We got some AI over UOs. We've got we got some digging in the deep, some turning of the spade, and we've got some solar system folks that have got some stuff going on that we need to look at. Because I don't know about you guys, but did you know about some of this? Did you know about this?
Deb Bryan says, get a t-shirt made up that says enough of the fuckery. She says, I'd buy it. Or she says something to that effect. And fortunately, look at there, you may be able to find one sooner than expected.
Well, we are going to actually. I didn't get that done, but we gotta plug the merch and the geezer gear, and that I think we may need to add that to the geezer line. Enough of the fuckery. So let's start with, the whole idea of technology, and the whole idea of ancient versus technology, and or ancient technology is kind of interesting. There's some different perspectives that can make you go, well, I don't know. Did you see this?
Our technology predated humanity? That's a profound question, and I'm going to pose that in a minute. First, I need to respond to all the great comments I got beneath my video telling the untold truth about Tulsi Gabbard. If you haven't seen that video, it's worth watching. I've been wanting to tell that story for many years, and I thought now is the time to do it. It's the story of how Tulsi Gabbard helped a lady anonymously and would not take political credit for doing the right thing, first person story. And I read all the comments that you put beneath that, and the comments to me were quite heartwarming. The outpouring of how you felt about Tulsi Gabbard doing this thing. So when you live in Hawaii, specifically, more importantly, when you're born and raised in Hawaii, you have what we call aloha, and that's what Tulsi Gabbard was exhibiting when she did that, aloha. So, and one of the guys that commented, I want to personally call you out. He said, "Hey Dick, I'm into cryptos. I have an HD28. That's not an HD, but it's a D28." And he said, "I also have a 0018. Excellent choice of acoustic guitars. If I could only have two, it would be the Dreadnought Rosewood 28 and the Mahogany 018. So that guy, if you ever come to Hawaii, I'll take you to lunch. You come over to my place, we'll play guitar. All right, on to the technology. Humanity is currently rolling out some new technology, specifically artificial intelligence, distributed ledger blockchain technology, which is going to be the basis of the financial system and the accounting system of all humanity, and quantum computing. So artificial intelligence, distributed ledger blockchain technology, and quantum computing. And people believe that this is technology that humans, being very bright, have invented themselves. And I'm going to pose a question. What if this technology, quantum computing, distributed ledger blockchain technology, and artificial intelligence, predated humanity? What if humanity was here as just another civilization of many civilizations around the galaxy that are put in place under a template in a blueprint and then observed to see how, under certain rules and certain conditions, how they evolve and prosper and thrive, and then are brought down and new ones brought in? What if that technology was prevalent throughout the galaxy and we're just now getting to the point where it's being released to us? That's something you should consider seriously. Now, we talk regularly with a very knowledgeable and intelligent man who talks about such subjects, and we just had a humdinger of a conversation on our private site yesterday with one of our founders by the name of John, who came on in full psychedelic effect. I really like that. Here's the first question that John asked our special friend.
The Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Endowment, and the Ford Foundation, it seems like they create the global policy. And then the intelligence agencies and the media seem to enforce that policy. And we've seen things like the World Economic Forum merging with the United Nations. And we've seen like 2 years ago, more than ever. And the Carnegie Endowment basically merged with the CIA like 3 years ago. It seems like the Carnegie Endowment runs the CIA. So I'm going to start it there.
Let me interject. That's a great question. This is going to be a really interesting answer, I predict. Yeah, that was a good question. And that began a 2-hour conversation that was one of the most interesting, intense, enlightening conversations that we've ever had. It's published today on our private site, futureforecastinggroup.com. Now, I have to tell you that it's a $100 membership to hear that conversation, because it is for people who have the ears to hear, the eyes to see, and the means to acquire this very special knowledge. It's not something we just throw out like here on YouTube. we just don't do it. It's got to be done in a private setting. So that's a private conversation. Really good conversation. And think about that. And I'd like to hear your comments below. What if blockchain, distributed ledger technology, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing predated humanity, and this is just being rolled out as part of the template of civilizations that are flourishing all around the galaxy, and we're about to take our place in that hierarchy of civilizations. Have you ever considered that?
So, what do you guys think of the idea that this whole blockchain AI and all this is actually a something that predates us?
Well, I mean,
And
it
it's now
makes
being rolled out.
it makes sense. I mean, this goes back to my time as a docent at Kitt Peak. It was before I left. We had a meeting of all the astronomers, technicians, and docents. And those who don't know anything about Kitt Peak, it's about 50 miles due west of downtown Tucson. It's part of the University of Arizona. And they have 22 optical telescopes there, from a 12-inch to a 13-foot. And that's the Mayall. And I was a docent giving tours of several sites. But just before we left, we had a meeting of all those groups at NOAO, which is the National Optical Astronomy Observatories at Kitt Peak and in Hawaii and in Chile. And he was going to talk about exoplanets. He had just returned from a worldwide conference on exoplanets. He said everybody that was looking for him was represented there. And he said, based on proven mathematical formulas, they calculate that for every star in the universe, there's 1.5 planets. And out of that incredible number, they calculate that there are 2 billion Earth-like planets orbiting a similar size brown dwarf star in the inhabitable zone with liquid water. That's 2 billion with a B. To think we're alone, what's more terrifying? The thought that we're not alone, or the fact that we are all alone? I don't believe that we're the only ones. I've never felt that, even as a little kid. And maybe that's why you guys are my friends. No, I think it's, and I think, I also believe that it's very possible that the aliens we're seeing and the crafts we are seeing, some of them look like they're man-made, may have come from the future, and it may be us or offspring of ours coming back to say, hey, you guys really fucked things up back in 2024, but by 2025 things started looking, the light at the end of the tunnel wasn't a train coming towards you.
Well, the whole time and dimensional thing, I have a lot of questions about. So if that capability actually exists, I think we would see more remnants of it. And I'm not buying the Mandela effect as an example. No. But the kind of changing of, and then timelines and time streams, just different parts of the infinite field of frequencies that we navigate, and they just manifest and flow in their own collective and individual ways, cycles within cycles. But this whole idea of, are we actually alone? It just seems to me to be something that has been known for throughout all the mythos, all the civilizations, all the cultures, the histories that we know, they all got the same story. People up there came down here, they showed us stuff, they gave us stuff, they told us stuff, and they made us some stuff, and they actually kind of had something to do with straightening our ass out or getting us into this particular role or situation. Genetically, biologically, manipulation, morphogenic resonance has got something, I think, to do with it. But bottom line, it seems like the stories are clear. We're not from here.
I think I honestly believe my daughter is an alien. She's adopted. She doesn't think like any other human being I've ever encountered. She's incredibly smart, photographic memory, and she's just turned 40, and she's going through her midlife crisis right now. But even as a little girl, even when she was 18 months old, she was not quite 2 years old. We had some friends over our place for dinner, and my wife's friend Patty said something, and I said, "Oh, bullshit." Alicia gets out of her chair, comes over to me, and she looks at me, and she's Korean. She's adopted. Coke bottle glasses, pigtails, just as cute as a button. He said, "Daddy, you can't say bullshit." I said, "Alicia, you can't say that." And she looked at me and crossed her arms, and she says, "Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit."
I love it when they do that.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, if she wasn't so cute, that's the only thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. You go, "Oh, that's so awesome."
And I said, "Okay, Alicia, I'll make a promise. I won't say that in front of you ever again if you don't." And I never have, and she's never, and to my knowledge, used that term ever since then.
I got to shout out 26 people hanging out with us, though. 17 people on YouTube, and we have 6 or 9 people hanging out over on Rumble. So shout out to you guys.
Nice.
Yeah, so,
well, we hope that you're enjoying the wandering and the woo that's going on here.
we're just sort of AI, asinine intelligence.
Yeah. So that whole idea, the blockchain, the AI, and the energy technology being the constructs of it, and what we're seeing in those forms, I can see as a galactic framework, because that's what Dick was implying there. It's like, well, this is code from the universe, and it's just in its basic form, so that the intergalactic connected highway can be accessed and used. I can totally see this stuff being some kind of piece of that. I can see how it can fit into it as a fabric. So what does our poll say here? Are we alone? We got it was now 73-27 split. Most people don't think we are. Of the 27 that do, is that because of a religious belief? Maybe I should poll that, right?
Yeah, I guess that could be a reason. I personally don't think we're alone. I think there's someone or something out there somewhere.
Basically, we're here because even the story is from a belief system, a theology, is that somebody made us here. Okay, well, whether it's an invisible dude or some old geezer sitting in the clouds surrounded by angels and grapes, or is it the Draconians or, you know, the Reptilians or the Palladians or the Archons or the Drake. I mean, or the which pick one, the Greys, the Talls, the whatever. Maybe they're just cosmic cousins and they're all a part of some kind of federation of geeks, of geezers, old civilizations and shit. I don't know.
Why not?
I'm thinking, Clay, you probably have a perspective about what Dick was saying as far as it being this blockchain, this AI stuff, and what was actually here long before we showed up. It's just getting rolled out to us now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, I grew up my whole life believing that we weren't alone. So I'm definitely going to keep believing that anyway and hoping for that. And man, it's such a crazy world that we live in right now.
Yeah.
That man, don't know what's going to happen by Monday. You know, so people are worried about what's going to be happening in November. Hell,
if we make it that far.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you're seeing what's going on in New York and other cities across America right now, shit, we might not even make it till November. But I don't know. It's all very confusing at the moment.
But those that have the most guns are of conservative leaning, typically, unless you're the FBI.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that this is probably going to, right now, current course and speed, my observational deduction is this. It's careening and it's going to go, I think it's going to go quicker. And if the debate is got the potential, in my opinion, as being as impactful and definitive as the last debate that happened, and it's not going to be good. That there is the thing with Joe is you could pump him with enough stuff to give him enough juice, get him a little Joe juice, right? And get him up there, and he would, you know, he'd been doing it for so long, he kind of would go that path. This Harris, she doesn't have, there's no substance there at all.
And there never have been. There never has been.
And for them to say, for the decision to be made that we got to put somebody up there, we got to do some propping, we got to do some polishing, we got to do some primping and some pimping. And this is the results of their efforts. It's like, this is what you got, throwing your best at what you know needed to be done in order to cover and save your ass. And this is what you bring to, this is it. Oh, you got to know that there's just no way that that's going to hold and sell, and people are going to be there holding on to some of that. They're not going to be going to the checkout going, you know, coupon code get some.
Yeah.
It's going to be not. So I just, there's plenty of shit that can happen between now and then, but I'm looking for because the debate's only like 2 weeks away, I think.
I wouldn't be surprised that Obama, who has his hands up Biden's ass, now has his hands up kumquats. They want her out. She's proven to be an absolute disaster, and so they're gonna insist that she go. That she go to the debate because they want her ridiculed, and that will allow them to push both Mr. Stolen Valor, Timmy Boy, and kumquat out as undesirables, and they'll have 60 days to try to pump up Big Mike, and we'll have the fourth year of the skid marks administration.
I know. No, I see.
But I don't see him being elected, or her being elected, or acting, or him if it's Big Mike. Yeah.
Well, I mean, let me suggest this. There's plenty more to come. We've had a good check-in and chuckle about the latest stuff that they're putting out, because there was nothing made. This was all of them in their own words. And when you see, because there's so much of it about, when you see compilations of it that are the relevant points of what's going on, that you can then use your own discernment and discretion and discrimination. Of course, you must use that, because why? That's how our minds work. We discriminate on everything. You guys are being very discriminative by watching this panel of fools and geeks and geezers. You're right. So the change in the language, I won't go down that rabbit hole, but that's part of what's going on that needs to get fixed. So, having said all that,
we just did barely cross the 2-hour mark. So shout out to you guys that have hung out with us for the last 2 hours. You guys rock.
Sweetness.
Right.
If Jim would, just let somebody have a word or two once in a while, I think we might be able to get through this next segment here.
Well, I did hear something about Waltz the other day, and I don't know if you guys have heard it or not, but seems like he might be dropping out because the Harris campaign is going to start deploying into battle states.
You were holding on to that one, weren't you?
Hey, that son of a bitch as governor changed the state flag. It almost looks like a Somali flag.
Yeah.
Married to United Nations blue.
And they're broadcasting the Muslim prayer.
Yeah.
Over the loudspeakers in the city.
That's
Well, that's what's going on right now over in the UK. And the whole, you saw the law that they passed about, if you violate our standards of conduct and civility on any social media platform, not just while you're here, but anything you did in the past. So if we deem your shit unsavory, then thou shalt be thrown in the hootscow, and your tallywhacker will be whipped. I'd like to know more about that, but different conversation. So, I mean, it's that kind of control when you have to force the language, the content of the language, the use of the language, the action of the language. When you got to force that shit, it's just like Greg was saying. The problem is your product sucks. If it's good, it's organic, it will attract and grow on its own. Because if it's got the good vibe, then it's going to attract more good vibe. Ergo, more of it. It'll be a contributive process. So the only challenge. All right, segue. Here we go. Thank you, Jim.
Uh-oh.
Thank you. Appreciate that. The only thing that we need to do is make sure we have a proper perspective when we look at the rest of the things that we are going to be seeing, as well as having to deal with. Now, just to finish off that, what Dick was just talking about, the future, the energy stuff that I talked about at the beginning, the batteries, all of that. It's really interesting. It seems like at a time when all of a sudden we need more energy, all of a sudden there's new solutions for new energy. And it's not just these batteries. Gen 4 nuclear plants can't melt down. There hasn't been a Gen 3 meltdown ever. Getting these plants up and doing the newer, at least Gen 4, is like a no-brainer. And it used to be, nuclear was the big bad wolf that you can't let anywhere near your hut. So you've got nuclear, you've got H3 and helium, or hydrogen. I mean, and the moon. I mean, there is an amazing amount of shit that's about to happen that we need as much energy as possible for all this AI, for all those electric driven systems, transportation, all of the different services will be automated. So all of that infrastructure is going to change, but the technology that is to do it is here. The energy that it's going to take and consume in order to make it and sustain it is just coming online. So we could literally go in and turn all this old shit off, bring in some brigades of bulldozers and just line up outside every big old city and just go in there and just scrape it clean. Tom Blue Wolf and I were talking about, how the cities, if you look at a city, it's like humanity crammed into the biggest intensive care unit you've ever seen. Because you have to put all of the stuff in it, all of the resources in it. You have to feed it with these pathways and arteries of energy and material and food and all that stuff in order for it to sustain it. Otherwise, couldn't be there. It wouldn't be there. So I think that we're seeing this next evolution as an extremely powerful, important thing. There's only one thing that I'd like to share with you that I see as a potential obstacle that we need to be aware of and figure out how do we mitigate and manage and navigate these circumstances. So hold on one second here. Is this be the one? That'd be the one. Okay, so we got trouble ahead, gents.
You know how many states make up the United States?
50.
You know what the capital is?
Oh,
United States?
Harrisburg. Oh, is there a capital in the U.S.?
You tell me.
No.
Do you know what century we're in?
No.
How many make up 1 dozen?
Wait, what?
How many make up 1 dozen?
How many make up 1 dozen? How many what?
Like how many eggs are in 1 dozen?
10.
Yes. Know what the 3rd month of each year is?
February.
Yes. Do you know what 2 countries border the U.S.?
What countries border the U.S.?
Border.
Canada?
Yeah, and what?
Russia?
Russia.
Yes. How many moons does the Earth have?
6.
What?
Yes. How many states make up the United States?
6.
Yes. How many letters are in the alphabet?
24?
Do you know how many seasons there are?
12. I don't know. 12?
Yes.
What language do the people in Idaho speak?
Potato.
Wait, what? What language?
I don't know. The first thing that came to mind was potatoes.
How many states make up the United States? Guess a number if you don't know. 5. Yes. What continent are we on right now?
What continent? I think like North Africa.
What's 3 times 3 times 3?
18.
Yes. How many cents are in $1?
How many cents are $1?
Yeah.
1, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 6.
Yes. Do you know what country we gained our independence from?
Mexico, right? No, that's so wrong. Russia, no. I don't know.
Give me a final guess.
Canada, I don't know.
Yes. Do you know what year the U.S. was founded?
1827.
Yes. It's a shape with 4 sides called.
I don't know. I haven't done something with shapes since like 5th grade.
Yeah. If you had a guess.
I don't know. Like I don't. All right. I know what shapes have 4 sides, but I don't know the name for it.
Yes. Can you name 3 countries besides the USA?
Alabama,
That's 1.
New Mexico,
2.
and Connecticut.
3. It's too easy for you. What is 1 quarter plus 2 dimes?
1 quarter plus.
How much money is that?
That's 65 cents. Is it 65 cents?
Yes. Can you tell me what time this is?
Okay, I know the long one is the hour.
Yeah.
So that's 10. Oh my God.
10 what? Around what time is this?
I'm not sure.
Give me your best guess.
I want to say 10:15.
Yes. How many dimes make up $1?
100.
Can you name a country that starts with the letter U?
You know?
Do you know how many continents there are?
12.
Yes. The capital of the USA is?
Isn't the capital of USA?
Yeah. What is the capital?
USA? United States?
Yeah, like of the states. What's the capital?
America?
Yeah. It was a trick question. You got me. You know who the first president of the United States was?
Abraham Lincoln.
Do you know how many stars there are on the U.S. flag?
100? I don't know. No, 200, something like that.
Yes, around there. Do you know how many months make up 1 year?
Is it 12?
Yeah. Do you know what the first month is?
September. I'm fucking stupid, no? September.
Do you know how many continents there are?
There's at least 30. I know that. At least 30.
Do you know what 2 countries border the U.S.?
What?
What 2 countries border the U.S.? What's like the country above us and below us?
South America, North America.
Yes. Do you know how long each president serves their term?
6 years, but they can go for 12. Depends, like if people reelect them.
Yes. Do you know what country Hawaii is in?
Hawaii is a country, right? Yeah.
Yes. No, like, do you know what country it's in?
Hawaii is a town? Like, I thought the whole state of Hawaii was. Wait, what the fuck? Is Hawaii a state or a country? Hawaii.
It's a state.
Hawaii's a state?
Yeah, so what country is it in?
What? Hawaii's a country? Are y'all playing with me right now? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. Sir.
I blame the schools.
I love watching those.
The future is in
It's better
trouble.
though when he actually agrees with them and just lets them keep thinking what they're thinking. Yes.
How many continents? 30. Yes, you're right.
I mean, and you want to say it's in your kids to public schools? I mean, I've had a couple companies of my own in my life, and I'm not the most perfect letter writer or whatever, but I always try to make sure that I have I don't embarrass myself in front of someone I'm trying to present myself to with improper spelling or punctuation or word usage or whatever. And I'd get resumes from guys with master's degrees and whatever. And the cover letter, it was written by his little brother in 6th grade or 7th grade. The spelling, I mean, there's spell check on almost any computer that you can write a letter on. How in the hell do you screw that up? So I'm glad I'm where I'm at in my life. That's all I can say.
Dude, I learned all my typing on a typewriter, then a keyboard. But my concern, and I've said this enough times and probably it needs to be said again, that what we just saw are people who couldn't start a push mower.
Yep.
They wouldn't know what the business end. They'd figure out the business end, but then they wouldn't know. They'd be looking for buttons and handle shit and all that. And it's like, no, you just put your ass into it.
They don't know. They don't know how to do any of that either.
Well, because because that experience has been taken from them. And in my opinion, we've talked about this many times. When we went to school, we had shop class. I had home ec. I made brownies and cakes in one of my classes in junior high and high school. And that was the shit. At first it was like, I don't want to be here because I can do this at home. It's like, well, wait a minute. They got all the big kitchen shit in here, and I can go in here and make a mess.
Home ec was awesome, especially around 6th period, because at lunchtime we'd all be out smoking weed, getting baked, and by about 6th period, the munchies would kick in. So we're going to be making some pizzas or some cookies or something.
That's what I'm talking about.
My last employer actually had a department in HR that would help new hires fill out their applications right, because they could not physically fill out an application. They couldn't get past their name, and some of them couldn't even get their names right, probably. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I saw that on resume after resume crossing my table. So.
Sean, love, good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Jared McKenzie, good to see you.
Hey guys, yeah. Susie and Sean.
Bob McBob's been hanging with us.
Bob is in the house. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying this conversation as much as we think we are. But we've been kind of meandering down the thought stream of did you know this? And we've covered some of the current known stuff and just kind of gathered around a perspective of some of it and kind of prognosticated on where we think it's going to go. Time's short. It's going to happen sooner than later. And isn't that great? We can sit here and just geese on about what we think is going on and what will happen. And we're calling a short time frame. So we could see that unfold and go, well, what do you think about that? That was kind of close.
Right. I mean, I really don't even think there's going to be a debate. And I don't think there's going to be an election. I think if all things play right, I think Trump's going to be reinstated before the election. I don't know.
Well, the Bronson brothers lawsuit to null and void the 2020 election because of violations of improper approval. If the Supreme Court throws it out, that means that everybody that was elected in 2020 are out of that office, and the person that was in there at the end, prior to the change in leadership, is reinstated. It could happen. I mean, that's been talked about, and depending on how the ruling goes, it may either way may dissolve the current last 3.5 years, almost 4 years. That'd be a wonderful Christmas present. But a couple of people say that the Supreme Court, I guess, has a couple of real doozies that they're going to, they're going to give a ruling on, and if it's Brunson, then as the old saying goes, the shit really hits the fan.
Well, and that is one of the, to my other point about earlier, the direction that I see the energy flow going. There's an attraction and a movement in a certain direction, and what we're seeing is that attraction is drawing in all of the other energy units that are out there in the same space. It's kind of like magnets, right? Kind of like a bunch of magnetic balls just kind of rolling in. So it's Geritol time.
The only problem, though, with the stuff that the Supreme Court passes or comes down with, the rulings, the administration just denies it anyway and don't even pay attention to it. Just like the special prosecutor that was appointed just put new charges against Trump, even though the Supreme Court says he doesn't really have the authority to do that.
Well, right now it's really gone into I mean, in my opinion, when I look at it, it has the earmarks of a criminal organization. And it's being operated like a criminal organization that has control over all of the systems and the resources and the assets and the laws and all the equipment and all that stuff to enforce it. Unfortunately, though, that won't hold, and I don't think it can hold, because it is made up of the people, a lot of them like us, who are there only because that's what they chose, and what it turned out to be are two different things, but that's the work that they wanted to do. But the system they were doing it in has turned out to be, at a minimum, corrupt. At a maximum, it's really seriously manipulated nonsense. Bunch of nefarious shit going on. But that all seems like it's falling apart. It seems like it's collapsing under its own weight. And that, I think, well, it's kind of fun to watch from my perspective, and I only hope that it keeps going in the direction that I think it is.
Right. I mean, the only thing I'm looking forward to is if the Hells Angels really do go to Aurora, Colorado. I want to see that battle.
Joyce waved in the chat. Hi, Joyce. Also, I seen TK Wolf just popped in the chat. Says, remember when this country had a constitution and now Hawaii is a country? How I miss the old days.
I remember when we were taught that this was a melting pot and you become part of the tapestry of America, not try to take it over and change it. You blend in.
Well, that's the thing.
Tribute to the culture.
Yeah. Well, you come here for the ideal and the idea of the Constitution and what it's created, and you by osmosis, just like the humanity that we know, the history we know of the humanity that we have uncovered, has been a cultural migration, integration, mutation across time and space, all over the planet. Particularly in places that are currently unavailable because they're buried under something like the Sahara and the sand, the Antarctica and the ice sheet, the Amazon, Central America, Mesoamerica. and all of their whole bunch of stuff in the Baltics and in Eastern Europe and into Russia. The Caucasus and all those mountains, those ranges, nobody knows what's in there. And every time that they do find something, it's something that's an oopart. What's an oopart? It's an out of place artifact. So I don't know. I just keep like finding all the cool shit. So let's start with our first out of place. Oh, look at that. He's just in time to turn his mic off. Yes.
Yeah, I only rent the water that I drink. I have to give it back after a short time.
So, Jim, you were talking about, I think it was you were talking about the some people from the future coming back here, and here is something.
We're talking about energy production.
That was earlier. We left that subject.
Was that before or after the masturbation thing?
That was a joint ago.
Yeah, that was back at the beginning when we were talking about masturbating and getting the show on.
You guys are evil. You really are.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the show started.
Yeah.
All right, so here's some ancient relics that could potentially have come from the future. We will watch. You decide.
Many shapes and sizes, some clearly being or containing an anomalous object, which no matter how desperately some attempt to discredit, the evidence is clear for all to see. This category of oopart, unsurprisingly, often falls victim to theft. However, the other category actually litters the display cases of museums all over the world. These artifacts are being more easily explained away, and as such, they are often attached to a less impressive historical tale than that which was actually experienced. Stonehenge is probably the most iconic ancient site within Western Europe, an ancient site that, for many years, was to blame for many heated arguments between different individuals, all convinced of its past purpose. Now largely accepted to be a celestial calendar and a meeting place for many ancient people who came together at solstices to hold elaborate and purportedly promiscuous festivals. However, the true age of Stonehenge, or indeed how the stones were once balanced atop of one another, or the precise knowledge of celestial activities displayed, is still unknown. Although to those who study the many other seemingly impossible ancient feats found all over Earth, Stonehenge is clearly a relic of a far more ancient civilization than any which artifactual evidence have been found for. In 1808, William Cunnington, one of Britain's earliest professional archaeologists, discovered what has become known as the crown jewels of Stonehenge. They were found within a large Bronze Age burial mound, today known as Bush Barrow. Within the barrow, Cunnington found ornate jewelry, including an intricately decorated dagger. Quote, "The very finest gold work involved in the making and positioning of literally tens of thousands of tiny individually made components, each around a millimeter long and around 1/5 of a millimeter wide," said David Dawson, director of the Wiltshire Museum in Devizes, where the microgold working achievements are on permanent display. The amazing process involved in creating the handle of just one dagger included up to 140,000 tiny gold studs, each just 1/3 of a millimeter wide. The first stage involved manufacturing extremely fine gold wire, just a little thicker than a human hair. The end of the wire flattened to create a stud head, then cut with a very sharp razor no more than a millimeter below the head. This delicate procedure was then repeated literally tens of thousands of times. An incredible ancient artifact found near one of the most enigmatic ancient sites in the world. Yet, amazingly, academia continues to deny the existence of out-of-place artifacts, instead opting to explain the construction of such marvelous work by claiming it was somehow the work of children. due to their more acute sight, this regardless of the clearly controversial evidence at hand. Who created such astonishing microscopic jewelry? Were these amazing artifacts once the possession of the actual builders of Stonehenge? Incredible items that are clearly amazing ancient oparts. The Ulfberts, a group of medieval swords found within Europe dating between the 9th and 11th centuries. The blade faces are inlaid with the inscription Ulfbert with a cross on either side. The word turns out to have been a Frankish personal name. It somehow has become the basis logo, a trademark of sorts, used by multiple bladesmiths for several centuries in their impressive attempts to make the hardest, most impressive swords of the era. About 100 to 170 Ulfbert swords are known to exist, yet the origins of the name remain somewhat of an enigma. However, we dare to postulate that the name may have originated with this sword in particular, a sword which these bladesmiths may have been attempting to replicate and indeed figure out how it was made. A Nova National Geographic documentary titled Secrets of the Viking Sword, which first aired in 2012, actually took a look at this enigmatic sword's metallurgical composition. The Ulfbert sword has almost no slag content within its composition, and it has a carbon content 3 times that of other metals of the time. Carbon found to be a great addition in strengthening steel, creating a metal known as crucible steel, a critical discovery, something which made England famous some 800 years after this sword's creation. In the process of forging iron, the ore must be heated to 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This will bring the metal to a liquid molten state, allowing blacksmiths to reduce impurities called slag. However, medieval technology did not allow iron to be heated to such a high temperature. Thus, the slag was removed by pounding it out, a far less effective method. Modern blacksmith Richard Furrer of Wisconsin spoke to Nova about the difficulties of making such a sword. Furrer is described in the documentary as one of the few people on the planet who has the skills needed to try to reproduce the Ulfbert by hand. To do it right, it is the most complicated thing I know how to make, he said. He commented on how the Ulfbert maker would have been regarded as possessing magical powers. To be able to make a weapon from dirt is a pretty powerful thing, he said. But to make a weapon at this time within history that could bend such without breaking, stay so sharp, and weigh so little would be regarded as supernatural. Furrer spent days of continuous, painstaking work forging a similar sword. He used medieval technology, although it required highly unconventional ways, never before suspected or documented. The tiniest flaw or mistake, turning the sword into a piece of scrap metal. He declared his success at the end as more relief than joy. Who was the maker of this sword? How did they know how to make it? The mystery surrounding this out-of-place artifact persists to this day. We have long conjectured that many ancient ruins found.
Wait a minute, where's my thing? There it is. I found the button.
What'd you do now?
I watched that documentary. It was good.
Yeah. So there's some others in this one, but I want to get to some other videos. I was looking at the clock and I said, okay, we got to get through a few more here that are interesting. But the premise there is some of that tech. I mean, come on.
I mean, I've been at Stonehenge.
Pyramid shit.
And it was just an eerie day. It was like the 29th or 30th of April, 2002. And there was almost nobody there. I was able to walk around the whole thing, and it was just eerie. It felt like it should have felt, I guess. And I guess
Did you feel like all of a sudden they were going to show up and beam you up and take off with you?
Oh, I would enjoy that. I really would. I think
show up and be like, "We've been waiting for you."
Yeah, you took you long enough. We've been hanging around here waiting for your ass.
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah. No,
we have a stone
Get the
upstairs.
probe ready.
We have a stone upstairs that we found out in the field behind us that actually has a broken chunk out of it, and inside of it there's a screw.
I mean,
so I don't know how to explain that, but I did watch a documentary where a World War II fighter plane was buried in ice that they thought, when it got down to it, that they thought it would have took thousands of years for that ice to form over top of it. So that doesn't make sense either.
That was Glacier Girl. That was B-20. That was B-29.
Well,
no, Glacier Girl was the B-38. Excuse me. Kiwi was the B-29. That's when Daryl Greenemeyer was going to take off and fly it with. But
well, here's some more anomalous stuff. Check this out. Did you know this?
Story on June 28, 1969, titled "It's a Cracked Puzzle." Subsequently pulled from their archives, some astute researchers, however, have managed to track down this amazing article, detailing an impossible discovery. It pertains to the excavation of an ancient floor, a tiled area which covered a truly vast distance, as if it was once the highly finished floor of an enormous structure. What is astonishing regarding this floor, however, is the date that countless specialists have concluded upon. The age of these tiles is simply baffling. According to the modern dating techniques used, this floor was laid well over 200,000 years ago, using a tiling mortar containing currently unknown elements. Delbert Smith, president of the Oklahoma Seismograph Company and past president of the Oklahoma City Geophysical Society, accompanied Durwood Pate, an independent petroleum geologist, in an exploration of the site. They finished their studies by stating that they were both very satisfied that it is not a natural earth formation, and that it is indeed man-made. Smith and Pate even took core samples to make a microscopic investigation of the material makeup. The discovery of 2 holes through the rock strata heightened interests, and when measurements revealed the 2 holes to be exactly 16.5 feet apart, or precisely 1 rod, they were convinced it was a deliberate, artificial placement. The stone tiles were found to have been made from Permian limestone, laced with quartz grains. Geologists who focused their attention on the unusual flooring were all at a loss to explain the origin of the formation. John M. Ware, an Oklahoma City geologist, said, "It simply cannot be explained within the field of geology. We need an archaeologist to give a final opinion. However, its age and origin may remain a mystery unless an archaeologist can be persuaded to take on the project soon." Just 20 days after these astonishing finds and subsequent realizations, construction workers moved in on the area, quickly demolishing the enormously ancient and vastly important floor, building a foodstuffs warehouse in its place. Pate said that the formation, 100 feet by 60 feet in area, was rapidly becoming a tourist attraction. People began flocking there and taking pieces of the rock away, he said. Just who built this ancient floor? Why did they build it? And was it really over 200,000 years old? Judging by the way this discovery was buried, it is certainly a possibility. Every now and again.
So,
interesting.
You know, it's kind of interesting. You guys know about the Great Wall down in Texas that they uncovered?
Right.
Scott Walters did a series on that. This Oklahoma wall, if I'm not mistaken, I looked at it one time and it's like the wall is kind of in line with where this floor was, or at least has that kind of thing going on. And I think Hancock, with his America Before, broke a lot of ground to get that whole history kind of packaged in a way that you can see the correlations and so forth, where they may or may not be, but you can see a holistic view of that history. Because none of our history books, none of our academia has taught any of the stuff that independent researchers are going out and doing all the time. That's why you got all these independent people doing Egypt tours and Machu Picchu tours and Brian Forrester and Hugh Newman. all these guys are out there poking around and taking people to these places so that they can do their own investigative work. Bosnian pyramids, I mean, Göbekli and Karen Tepe. I mean, and its list is just continuing to grow. I can't wait till we can get to some of the stuff that's just off the coast underwater, because that's where I think there's some really serious shit that is still there, and it's been kind of protected by the water, whereas a lot of the ruins in the sands and in the forests and in the hills and stuff have been overgrown and captured and reworked and all the kinds of stuff. But underwater, stuff seems to kind of hang out, gets a little barney here and there, and you kind of get itself a little school of fishies that kind of hang around it. But anyway, separate rant. Now, why don't we have a gaze at something else? See what you guys think about this.
We recently discussed a curious find discovered within the tundras of Antarctica, an enigmatic anomaly seemingly sliding to a halt on the ice caps of the South Pole. We noticed the inaccessibility of the landmass, now permanently encased in over 2 miles of ice. Capable of challenging the most experienced adventurer, it is a place little explored, yet regardless of this inhospitality,
that looks
if it could be proven to possess any trace or series of ancient ruins, then it would prove beyond doubt that our continued posit that there exists a paradigm within historic academia, and that there is indeed a huge chapter of our history now lost, the knowledge of our origins, and these said paradigms would be proven as incorrect. For if there exists a now lost ancient civilization frozen and preserved beneath these ice caps, not only would their age be enormous, but their ruins a true testament to their capabilities. There are many ancient ruins here on our Earth, which we believe are undoubtedly older than we are now told. The Great Pyramids, the gigantic megaliths found at Baalbek in Jordan, Yangshan Quarry in China, all these ruins, and many more, could be far older than we are currently being taught, and their erosion-resistant characteristics will indeed ensure their existence far into the future. Many internet sleuths trawl pictures of not only Antarctica, but the reels of photos sent back by the Mars rovers, searching for ancient signs of life. And although many of the claimed ruins in Antarctica remain sketchy and little photographed, the next item of interest we find incredibly curious, and one of the driving reasons for this is due to these possible ruin similarities to one of the most impenetrable of them all, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman. However, what makes this image of a possible outer wall truly special is its possible scale. If indeed factually true, and this is indeed the remnants of an ancient fortress outer barrier, it would be over 2 miles in length. With the continent of Antarctica being a frozen tundra for over 20 million years, if these claimed ruins turned out to indeed be of artificial origins, it would undoubtedly force the age of man back by many millions of years. We hope more is done to explore the true nature of this curious feature. Even if it is nothing but a landmass, it is unquestionably highly compelling.
I had dinner with Eric Hecker. He's the one who worked at the South Pole. I guess a number of different time frames, and said there's places there you can't go. I don't care who you are, you're not allowed to go. The image they showed, it looked like something crash landed or skidded a long way before it came to a stop. That is something that it looked like it had smooth bottom and edges. and maybe some scalloping on the outer, near the outer edges. You have to go there. I know it's a big continent, but you have to go there. Just before 9/11, I was given tentative green light to spend 2 weeks down there when resupply out of Christchurch for 2 weeks. That'd be my annual training. And 9/11 screwed that up. So.
Well, there's some of the things that they showed in that piece there. I mean, just seeing like that one, what's that object that just went in a straight fucking line and then piled its ass up and then stopped? What does that? The straight line is not nature's norm. It waves because that's how nature is. That's how consciousness is. It's all a wave. It's all frequencies, vibrations, and waves. So when you see clearly geometric measurement, shaped objects, you go, okay, well, what's that doing there? And why is it the only thing there that's like that? So I think Antarctica is going to be where all the shit, I think, will go down, or it'll come out as it goes down. For the most part, because they can control the access and everything down there for all of that dissemination, because they already got control over it. But I don't know. I think at a minimum, it's been a lot longer, like they said in the Oklahoma floor, 200,000 years. I think it's at least that, maybe a little bit more. And oh, by the way, have you heard about all of the Egyptian named parts of the Grand Canyon? You have all these different places and mesas and points and shit, and then they're named after Horus, and I mean the whole pantheon is a whole bunch of Egyptian.
Well, look at the old North American maps where California was supposed to be an island, and the river that ran through it was considered the Red River.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was before I moved into the neighborhood, though.
yeah, that's we knew it went to hell when that happened.
I'm old, but not that old. Yeah.
So let's move on to, we've done a little archaeology here and some kind of time travel, future tech, kind of how does this stuff and how does that get there? So let's play with some AI, because it's so much fun to see what these guys are doing.
Hey guys, welcome back. This is Sky. This is a UFO over Salerno, Italy on April 9th, 1992. Now, it's really extraordinary because it comes into focus like you wouldn't believe. Look at this. Do you see that? I mean, this is a craft I've never seen before. The shape, the size, the unevenness on the front and the back. Is this a disc? Is this an oval disc? I don't know. It's just really extraordinary. Look how detailed the roofs of this neighborhood in Italy is in 1992 is really detailed. So AI is working. AI is doing its job. What is this orb thing up here? Maybe it's maybe it's a drone protecting the UFO. There's many MJ-12 Majestic 12 documents with UFO reports of orbs going around. Now, this is the second time I update it. AI 2 on the right, AI 1 on the left. And look, it comes into focus even more. Wow, look at that. Is that a clear dome area in the top middle? What are we looking at there, guys? What are we looking at there? It really seems to come into focus. And just kind of amazing. The shape, the shininess, obviously a metallic nature of some sort. Really crazy cool.
So I'm going to pause it there. Guys, what do you see there?
I don't know. Looks interesting. Different shape than we normally see.
Yeah, it's kind of shape different. Definitely a different shape. I don't. Yeah.
It looks like
Almost as-
it looks like a damaged pickle. There's a bruise right in the center. Yeah.
It has an airship, an old airship shape to it.
Yeah, it's been deflated.
I don't know. There's something about this over here, the ass end of it. It looks like it's kind of maybe broke off a little bit. This thing popping out of the middle is kind of a mystery. It has kind of a molded kind of look to me in this. And the first thing I thought was it looked like somebody took a muffin out of the pan and threw it across the sky.
Yeah.
Looks like a plantain.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a plantain. The Oscar Wiener mobile.
Yeah.
It does have a kind of a similar shape to the Wiener mobile.
It's interesting. Let's see what else he's got here.
This is April 9, 1992, Italy. Wow. Just mind-blowing stuff, guys. AI is going to blow us away. This is the second sighting for today. Now, this is September 1993, a UFO in orbit around Earth. And there's a NASA space shuttle, the STS mission, that witnessed this metallic orb flying nearby. Okay, this was witnessed by the Space Shuttle Discovery STS-51 mission, and they managed to catch and film this light metal colored sphere, which comes from the left and then disappears to the right. Now, there's actually video of this, and I'm going to show you that to you in the next video, not this one. And I'm going to get you a close-up of this because it's just amazing stuff. And most people don't remember this, seeing this on CNN way back in 1993, but it was on worldwide CNN. I was in Taiwan at the time. This is just incredible. Look how clear that object is, guys. Obviously not a man-made satellite. Obviously not a man-made ship of any sort. What is this? Is it a weapon? Is it an alien drone? Is it an alien manned craft? What are we looking at? Because seems to be a trail behind it. Do you notice the trail? Some kind of ionization trail behind it? Maybe it's condensation. Maybe it's something from the propulsion. But whatever it is a trail definitely. Guys, what is this? Is it
space trash, maybe?
I don't think it's a UFO as far as a flying saucer or something.
I mean, it could be a cargo resupply. It looks almost round with a tapered end. It's sort of a little bit shiny in the dark shadow, below. And there's no lights on it, so I think even the International Space Station has lights on it, even when they're in orbit. I don't know for sure, but I'm making that assumption. You don't want someone crashing into you. I don't know. It could be some space junk.
Yeah,
Also,
there's not a lot of detail to it other than the shape, so the AI didn't really clear up or give us any definition of windows or lights or anything on it.
Almost every astronaut up there, if you get them, after a long day, you just want to shoot the shit with them. Most of them said they've seen things they couldn't explain. And I know too many Air Force pilots that have seen him or chased him.
Well, this one looks like one of those tops you get in a Cracker Jack. You guys remember Cracker Jack?
Oh, yeah.
Peanuts Enterprise.
We used to get those in Jay's potato chips or something, little tops like that.
Yeah, so I remember. Let's see what the AI does with this. Not bad.
No.
There now you can see some kind of pattern around the edge, it looks like. Maybe lights or power or something, and he's pointing that out. See what he says here.
I don't think.
92. And it's just extraordinary close. Look at the detail of this, guys. Look at the detail. It looks like there's some kind of transparent hump on the top that we can't see. It's kind of camouflaged. So it cannot be photographed, I guess, or observed from other people. Look at that. Look at that. And it looks like there's a bright area in the center right there above the lower hump, an orange area. And there's little indents like it's propulsion or something going back and forth. Wow. AI really did clear this one up, guys. It really did. This is Mexico, one of the hot spots of the world. Maybe you didn't know about this, but it is a hot spot. Central America and South America is the hottest spot on the face of our planet.
Well, he's got a point, because down in Central America, down through the Andes and into the Amazon, we're going to find out that there was a whole buttload of folk and stuff going on and down, and using tech that was, of the Atlantean lore. The two-eyed stone and being all the enhanced telepathy and mental capabilities and stuff. And if you ever saw an excuse for needing to really get some focus on some mental stuff, was that video that we played of the guy interviewing all these people and asking them simple questions. I mean, come on. Man on the street.
Yeah, one thing I learned when I was going down in Central America, talking to the archaeologists, they say now that the Mayan and Aztec sites, they're not 2,000 years old. They're between 20,000 and 200,000 years old, which sort of corresponds with some of the other dates said, 20,000 years or 200,000 years. And ice ages changed the topography of the world. I mean, at one time, was it 2 miles or 4 miles of ice on top of Detroit?
That was the Younger Dryas, the last ice age.
Yeah.
And the Hudson Bay, based on the current data, was actually the North Pole. So the magnetic North Pole had shifted, and the ice, the reason Hudson Bay is there is because that's where all the ice was, just the isostatic pressure of just pushing all that down. But all the way down through into, I think it got into Nebraska. It was at least a mile or more thick across North America, all across Canada, and the Laurentide and the Cordian ice sheets. And it's just, you look at like the scab lands up in the Pacific Northwest, and you can see how what you're talking about, Jim, that ice just catastrophically changes terrain. It carves and it just changes all kinds of shit. And that's what happened up here in North America.
Glaciers made Whidbey Island, where I called home for 10 years.
Right.
And you want to dig for water. Sometimes you may have to go down 30 feet, and you're going to get fossilized water because it's melted glacier from the last ice age, or the one before that, depending on how deep you want to go. And that water was just it tasted great, and it was cold. It was always cold.
Mm.
So
when I lived on the homestead up in Alberta, we had 2 wells one was 110 feet, and the other was 57 feet through solid rock, and we had the well pump on it, and it was ice cold, crystal clear nectar of the gods. It was so good. I made soup with it. We did everything. It was just amazing water. So yeah, I mean, when you get that kind of shit, that's when you get the shit that you want to get. I think I better move on to the next one here before somebody comes and brings the hook.
We did hit the 3-hour mark, and Bob McBob says water is wet. Very true.
I was trying to put those two together. I was having a hard time with it. So let's see. There's that one. And we did that. So this one is the one I'm on now. And this yes. So this is a channel that Clay found and shared.
Oh yeah, that's some cool stuff on this channel. I've been watching it.
Some Mars
all week.
Some Mars stuffy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It's got a couple of others here. Some of those items, the stuff in there did not look like it was natural. It looked like it was something that had gotten kind of screwed.
All of a sudden, you'll see a Coors beer can stuck on top of a rock.
Well, that's how we know it's not Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
Not a plastic water bottle sitting over there.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't a lot of that look like stuff that was broken up? This is looks like a debris field.
I was gonna say, look at all the different colors of rock as well, like different colors and textures.
I know Elon wants to die there, not necessarily on impact.
Well, he sure is passing up a lot of stuff I would stop and take a long look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob, it does look like the DEM convention. It's a debris field.
Yeah, that's what Chicago looked like.
That looks like a tennis ball.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing any symbols or hieroglyphs other than that one rock that other video had an X on it.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's a cool channel. I dropped a link to that channel in the chat too, so if you guys wanted to check it out.
Let's check out another one of his here.
He does some with the sun too, which is really cool.
Oh, he's in his studio. Oh, he's a guitar player. Sweet.
There's some from about 4 months ago that have some really interesting.
This one here with from Seoul. All these serrations are sediment. All that is sediment.
Yeah.
And that looks like a platform. These look like parts of something.
My sentiment exactly.
Look at all the lines too.
Look at all that. Look at this stuff.
It's so random.
This was all lined up in the same lineup once before, and it's been disturbed. Right? Look at that thing. There looks like some kind of something. Some symbol, perhaps.
Almost looks like part of a face, an eye, and a nose on that.
Look at all those lines.
Yeah, normally we see them. It's from like water or at least here on Earth. I mean, I guess no vacuum could be different.
So this is an edge. You see how far distance here? This is like the top of an edge that the rover must be in. See that? See up there? Or am I just missing it? What is this thing? That's some dude right there. See that there?
Yeah, I wish we could zoom in on it.
Yeah, it's in the video, so. And what's this thing?
I was saying it's so random. Like, look at all the other rocks around it. They're like all squarish and kind of jagged, and then there's this round, humpy hippopotamus butt-looking thing just sitting there.
And this looks like some kind of petrified tree thing that fell down, fell apart, went out to here.
A lot of those vertical lines could be just that.
Maybe they had a nuclear blast.
Horizontal lines, excuse me, horizontal lines.
You know, what the hell is this thing?
Screen capture it. Let's zoom in on it.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, that little green
Hey,
rock.
come on over here. Or I'm going to have to do it over here on this side, right?
I mean, it almost looks like one of those barrel cactuses, we have around our area here in Arizona.
Oh, so this is Arizona?
Yeah, they say after a while there's a certain type that after a while they get so big, top heavy, they lean over.
Hold on, I'm going to share this screen. All right. So that screen capped and we're zooming in here. I mean, that looks like it was all part of one thing before, right? Do you guys?
Yeah.
And this looks
Yeah,
like
it was a big petrified tree that broke apart.
Yeah, looks like there might be more in the back here or something. This thing looks kind of interesting. But
how did that a circular hole get cut into the petrified log or whatever it is?
Right.
Well, there's some lines in that, I guess.
What is that green thing? Or it's kind of
it's a pack of
Yeah.
Cool Mile when he used to smoke.
Yeah. My brother smoked Cool Miles.
Piece of plastic. It's like a Sprite bottle.
Yeah, there it is. This is actually the Arizona desert. I knew it.
It's probably a NASA van off of the side that we can't see.
Yeah, what's that?
What's this thing?
It's a path.
A bone?
It's even though that round thing's got lines on it, it's still just a strange looking. It's like one of these things are not the same.
Yeah.
Not like the other.
Yeah, one of these things are not like the other.
What right here, it kind of looks like it might be a beak, but I think it's actually a part of this thing behind it. It looks like the edge of this thing is right here.
Well, when a tree loses a limb and it heals itself, it has that big knob on the end of it. So maybe that's part of the tree.
I'm not seeing tree. To me, it looks like it reminds me of a Cornish game hen. It's like, one of those small little hens that are nice and plump.
Yeah.
But yeah, somebody left their wrapper out here. They've not cleaning up after themselves, but look at all those damn lines. And then this seems like it's further away to me.
Right.
It feels like this is kind of a ledge or an edge, and then it descends behind this, and then it goes out to this field or this area. A lot of interesting colors going on out there, too.
Well, there's a gray thing right there, too, on top of that, whatever the heck that is.
Where are you at?
Right above your suspicious Cornish hen. There's a little gray or area right there.
Right here?
Nope, over to your, right there. Right in there is a little gray area. Go straight up from the green. Something, now it's going away as you're zooming in.
What is this? Whoa.
I think it could be a reference on the NASA image.
Definitely strange.
Well,
that does kind of look like them three pieces would go together. Unlike it would have broke apart if it would have fell over.
Yeah.
But
Well,
why is there a almost not a perfectly round, but a round hole going through that log?
Does everything look like it's slanted to the left? Like a blast came through or a heavy wind or something?
Yeah.
That does kind of look like a hole though, right there, like a cannon ball hole or something to that effect.
A plasma ray.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That just round butt looks just way out of place right there to me.
Maybe that was something trying to run away as the blast happened.
Let's see what else he's got here.
I don't know if that's false color or not, but it almost there for a second. It almost looked like water draining off.
Hey, Mr. B.
Bees in the house?
Bees in the house?
So look at all this field of whatever. Everything is striated. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not just layered, but it's
It kind of reminded me of cow patties, kind of. Like how it just, like the little dome shapes. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like
but
it
they're a
just
little more
popped there.
lumpy than that. But you're right.
Yeah.
They do get that kind of cone of danger.
Road apple, huh?
Yeah. Now, so look at the on this right here. It's smooth. It's round. It's lined, and it looks like there's something behind it. But that's just sitting there, defying whatever was coming its way and staying that way.
Up and to the right, that looks like a horse head or something.
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of see that, yeah.
Let's see it.
This looks like a kind of like a claw or something. But why is this nice and squared off here?
Yeah, look at that.
What's going on here?
And it's very square-ish.
And we get like kind of what looks like some kind of floor or tile thing going on around here in all these different places. You see this?
Yeah.
It looks like it was maybe, and this is a part of it.
Let's see if we can zoom in on the horse head, screen capture this screen, and we'll check it out closer.
Let me see if he goes, get a little better a shot of it. Oh, whoa, come on now. Take me back.
There's the horse head.
Yep. And snap there. Oh, just leave it right there.
Glacial movement is what you think, Bob? Yeah, normally that's where we get, like here on Earth, that's where we would get something like that would be from glacial, movement.
It's like a rhino head or something, or a zebra head. Weird.
It's a very large body.
Maybe it's an aardvark.
Yeah, it's like the one in one of the Star Wars episodes. Well, yeah, that small dot is it for his eye, and then his floppy ears going back, and
oh yeah,
it looks like it could be two nostrils there. That's what that would be.
Interesting shapes. Everything's just so random. There's like no. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
the only thing that
you were
makes
saying,
sense
like a
is the tree
debris.
laying down. This all is this like mishmash of everything.
Well, and I guess this could just be this location of the rover as well.
There's more of this tile kind of pavement kind of thing. Yeah, that's what we were looking at earlier. But why has everything got these striations on it? What's that from?
Well, maybe because there's such little moisture at the time. It took that to solidify some of the dust layered up over millions of years. I don't know. It's changed it's changed since I left there. So.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a pretty lame try, Jim, but
hey, it's we've been on for 3 hours and 22 minutes. So.
We don't expect anything less.
And,
so yeah, that's pretty interesting because you look at it and you have to think, well, there is something that is going on there.
Oh man.
And these guys, Exclusive Mars Images, have been doing some pretty sweet stuff. Let's see what we've got here. So yeah, what is that thing going on there?
Yeah, looks like E.T. leaning over, maybe taking a dump.
Looks like an early phaser got left somewhere.
Or someone left a doobie there, forgot to pick it up. Still
and
good.
then it's got kind of a USB kind of port thing looking there. But what's it doing out there in the middle of all that with more carved, striated fucking, what is this? What caused all these lines?
I'm pretty sure a geologist would be able to tell you.
Oh, yeah, and like I'd believe them fuckers.
Yeah, is that like
look at that?
Is that like a spaceship that will crash there? And that end that we're looking at could be like the propulsion?
I don't know. It's weird.
Could it be like one of them tremor worms on Mars?
Oh.
Coming up to do something.
Well, I still think it looks like an early phaser. I think it was probably...
It's pretty big.
Probably dropped by Chekhov.
Could be a phaser. Could be a communication device.
Well, how big is the person that's holding it? That looks huge.
That's an interesting picture right there. Similarly, eerily, a familiar shape there.
Yeah, what's going on there? What's going on right here? What did that? I see the picture there, but I want to know what this thing is.
I mean, if the angled piece up there looks like a ballpoint pen or a pickle or whatever it is, it's sort of a little bit of green. If that's a flat area, that could be like a phased array.
Well, look at this field of gray against all this other material.
Kind of looks like a mossy kind of,
or a gravel bed.
Definitely out of place, whatever the color, the colors doesn't look like anything else we've been watching.
Yeah,
and what is this thing? I mean, is that Hobbit Hotel?
That could be a phase array radar or some type of communication antenna for either receiving or transmitting.
Now, how is a rock even shaped like that? I mean, that's just so weird,
right?
Is it really?
I mean, there's symmetry here.
Is it really Mars, or is it somewhere in this country, or on this planet?
Well, these are raw NASA photos. That's one of the things this guy specializes.
Oh, our government has never lied to us.
Well, when was the last?
I'm so fucking sorry. I didn't.
When was the last time you were lied to by your government, Jim?
Oh, Jesus!
This morning.
Yeah, when I took a shit. Yeah, they said it's
probably a couple hours ago.
During lunch today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he finally. Oh, look at this.
I mean, it looks like there's a horizontal line going all the way through. Does that thing rotate? And could that be a weapon? No one else has a response. Just
maybe those are. You remember the German bunkers where they used to have the slits in it so they could shoot out from all sides?
Yeah.
Well, this looks like it's a cap, right? Or at least
that looks like that could be a swivel point.
It's a separate section from down here.
Yeah.
But look how this symmetry comes down here, and it comes down apparently in that direction at what looks like the same kind of slope or angle.
This looks like pyramid.
This looks like somebody hit it with a fucking paintball, and it dribbled down.
Maybe that whole top's on a hinge, and you can lift it up, and something comes out.
And what's this doodad over here?
Yeah, that is very strange looking over there.
That's what he was originally zooming in on.
That's a UFO.
Definitely out of place.
Oh, you know what it is? I see it now. This is the UFO. This is the ball that he is chasing. He's going to kick that. He's going to capture that ball, and he's going to drop it in here.
Oh, 2 points. Maybe that is Arizona. Maybe that's that UFO on the side of the cliff.
Looks like an old milk carton. Or...
Maybe like a toy tank. This is the top part, and there's the barrel. Look how symmetric. That is not a piece of rock. I'm just going to call it. It's not a piece of rock.
It's
a piece of something else.
The windshield,
I mean,
the windshield fluid holder fell off of the robot. Kind of what it looks like. The window washer reservoir.
I mean, a Big Mac came in that and tossed out the window of the UFO.
A styrofoam container.
Yeah.
But now we're thinking that that could be like an inanimate object. What if that's what an alien looked like, and that the little black marks on the side are its eyes, and that's its nose, and that he closes it so he can help dig under the sand like moles do.
That makes as much sense of anything else we said tonight.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what sense it did make, but let's move on. Oh, there's a close-up of it. Look, it's got little feety things going on here. Looks like the same. Looks like this is all angled.
There's a
and
black
purposeful.
dot on the end of the like a barrel.
Ooh, it does kind of look like a barrel.
That's what I said. It looked like a toy tank.
I mean, old German tanks used to look kind of like that.
And you don't know what they're shooting. What kind of weapon comes out of that barrel?
Could
Well,
be
I
a
think-
mole man, Bob. Could
I
be
think
a mole man.
this one here, it's less than 10 inches, less than a foot. So it's like a Roomba.
Oh,
It's
Yeah,
a
it's not very
Roomba tank.
It's only 8 inches, right?
It got lost in my daughter's bedroom. I mean, ask her.
But it is totally not out of place sitting out there.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, definitely out of place.
It doesn't belong there.
I mean, it almost looks like, let's say, a styrofoam container from a fast food place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they left their Star Wars prop out there and forgot to pick it up.
I mean, it could be space junk. Maybe space junk has traveled that far. You know, Americans, shit, they can't even get the shopping cart back to the return.
I don't know, gents. There's straight edges and form and structure and symmetry, and there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it very well could be a tank of some sort.
You sure that scale is in inches? Did it say inches on that scale?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that's a Martian anal probe, one of the two.
Approximate inches, see?
Okay.
But now, how far back is he? Too, you know, how far back is the camera?
And so these are all from Curiosity. Let's see, was that Soul? This is Curiosity, yeah. Well, that's interesting. Looks like something that the Rebel Alliance would have built in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Looks like a mouse wearing a helmet.
Yeah, that too.
Well, what's with this big, flat, polished, broken thing here? What's that? That didn't happen from erosion and some geological process that somebody's cooked up to.
Oh, no, it's a piece
excuse
of
away
cheese.
their ignorance.
That's a piece of cheese.
If you flip that up, it looks like it'd fit right on the end of that jagged part that's sticking out from that big structure.
Kind of
there.
looks like an eyeball, though.
Right there?
Like, no,
Yeah.
up to the left a little bit.
This
Right
here?
there. Yeah.
Ah. I would have picked this as the eye.
I would have picked the black spot as the eyeball.
But he's got a flat head with some kind of something left up there.
His brains are exposed.
Mars
and
frog?
they're being sucked out by something.
That jagged
Oh,
part to the left right there of that same structure, it looks like if you take that big piece laying there, that triangle, and you could put it right on top of there.
This here?
It looks like it'd fit.
Right up here?
Right where that light jagged area is right there.
Right
looks
here.
like that. Yeah, looks like you could set that right up on there.
Newsflash: Notre Dame wins 23-13 at Texas A&M. Go Irish! Thanks, Woo Riders.
Fake news.
I was a little worried about the Dogs, their game against Clemson. But man, that what's his name? Beck, the new quarterback. A dog. He's a dog. He was dropping them everywhere. What is this down here? And look at the point on this thing. I can see a rock doing that. So he's added the colorization. There's that black eye. Boy, if that doesn't look like an eye on an animal, I don't know what does.
Or a window, some kind of port.
Looks like part of the body has been ripped away, and what we're seeing, especially to the right, where that sort of red arrow is, the very back, that area there looks like it was cut open from whatever the thing was prior to being cut open. It looks like the interior. It looks like the interior.
This looks like some kind of rectangular doorway that's dark here. Does this look bent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does kind of look.
Maybe it was a big metallic robot, and that's just a head or something that's just laying there after the war.
Because this looks like an eye, a head, a cheek, a snout, just in a basic form. But then that was a big piece of cheese, and looked like somebody took a bite out of it. And then here's another symmetrically geometric form. And there's shit all over. Look at this. What's this thing? I mean, it just looks like a bunch of mechanical parts. Even the slope in the back is geometrically correct for the size of what this looks like.
Yeah,
because now it looks like a helmet or a
But there's no way that would be a natural occurrence, something in nature. That's man-made or machine-made, but it's
there's a whole bunch of flat stuff here.
It didn't originate there.
I don't think so.
Somebody got some explaining to do.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Yeah, there was something up here that looks like it get kind of blown off. And this looks like a continuation of the same material. And this is something inside of it.
Oh.
You see that?
Yeah.
Could be circuitry.
No, it looks like snot. Well, it looks like some kind of membrane or something. I don't know. Cheese. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Looks like it was full of cheese.
Told you it looks like a big giant mouse head to me.
Wisconsin cheese.
You figure you'd be a cheesehead you'd find on Mars. What's he got going on here?
That's a pretty good straight edge for something just being up there with the flat surface, the face of it.
Agreed.
Well, yeah, because all the rocks around it are all like bumpy, and rough,
striated.
Yep, and all of a sudden you just have this flat, concrete-looking shape.
That was rugged at one time, and some entity somewhere along the line smoothed it out for whatever reason. It almost looks like below there's some of the same colors are down below.
Well,
Or
yeah.
maybe sheared off, so that's why it's flat.
Yeah.
So look at all this coloration, and then down here, it's different.
Well, even up above too. Look, it's different up above, more sandy up above too.
So yeah, that didn't happen all by its lonesome. And so why is there the fine component? Because this doesn't look like it would, any of this all looks really old. And if
Yeah.
it's as old as it is, you would think that it would deteriorate into sand. I don't think this sandish stuff is necessarily from the same rocks. Look at that big old gold booger there. See, this is kind of a bluish, and it may just be poor coloration in the image, but
It's all false color anyway. So
yeah. Well, he's applied color to the raw image, so he's brought out whatever with the raw image was had in it. But this doesn't look the same as the rest of the material. It looks similar, but it's all pulverized one type of rock. Otherwise, it would be, you'd have mixed colors and all of that.
and right where you were, there's that it's sort of a yellowish white thing directly above. Go straight up, straight up.
Oh.
Keep going. That thing right there.
This
yeah,
here?
that almost looks like an F-16 in a revetment.
Oh.
It could be some type of craft.
Yeah, look at that. It's going straight back into the rock, and that is symmetrically, purposely made that way.
Is that a hanging?
And there's nothing else around it of the same color, at least that we can see.
Mm-mm.
Maybe that's where stash the ship. It does look like there's something in there. If that was a cave in that dark area there, it does look like it could be something. Could be maybe parked up in there.
I love this shit.
Well, what do you think, G? You are the one that can see through the bullshit and tell us what's really good we're looking at. What is it?
Bullshit.
I can't. I mean,
bullshit.
It's hard to tell. I mean, with my imagination, I can see that being maybe a front end of a spaceship or a rover or something that's in a cave or a crevice in that rock. But to me, it all looks like just one big rock formation.
Fair enough.
Yep. I remember I used to get cocaine that looked like that, but it was all white. It was all serrated and had this beautiful pearl sheen on it. Oh my goodness, it was so nice. So what's this over here? Looks like some lips.
Looks like a dog.
Head.
Looks like a dog.
Yeah.
Something sticking out up here.
Yeah, it's just out of place, that flat area.
Oh, now we got a little temple. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you were saying too, Jim. Look at all these. Even though the color has been fucked with, each thing still radiates its own reflection and frequency. So you still get at least the distinction, whether the color is right or not.
Yeah.
But look at all the different distinctions going on in here. I mean, what is this? This looks like some layers or levels to something that then get crumbled down. And maybe this is some vase of something that was in the temple that once was there, and it kind of survived the fall.
Or the rest
Yeah.
of the rest of the temple is buried, and that's the only part that's sticking above the dirt.
What do you see, G?
Definitely a protrusion. It's kind of weird. It's out of place. I mean, it doesn't look like anything else, like you said, except for some of the rubble around it. Definitely has a shape to it.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like BB-8, but a flat BB-8.
What's going on here? Let's see. Oh, so this is the same picture, and it's
down lower.
Yeah. Look at that thing.
Looks like a roof on top of something.
Yeah, it's like a lookout over the.
Look, it's wavy too. Like it's kind of got a wave to it. Like,
yeah.
And look at, I don't know if he's going to do it. Look at this in here.
Curve.
I wonder if he zooms in on that. All right, let's see. So there's the raw image.
Nope, skips right over it.
Something going on there. Oh, well, look at that. It's amazing when you clean up these images what pops out of them. And that's why these independent sleuths are just fucking awesome, because people really get interested in stuff like this, and they just go check it out and drop it, and you go, whoa, look at that.
That looks like some piping for something. But that's not natural. It's it's either fell out of the sky from another spacecraft, or whoever made it left it there and went underground. If the civilization's still alive, still with us. It's probably the only way as far as solar radiation, everything else, I would almost feel that inhabitants of Mars would have to live underground or under some type of protective.
Well, maybe not
cover.
before they got their ass handed to them. I mean, the thing, if any of the cosmology of like the story of the wars in heaven and all the other different stories and mythos from all kinds of shit, there seems to have been a lot of shit that happened in the past that we are completely ignorant of, except for those who have gone and looked for it and starting to put their own shit together. But you look at the stories around the war in heaven and on Mars, you look at the Valles Marineris, you look at a Birkeland current, you look at just the raw data that we see. You don't have to be a geologist or an astrophysicist or anything to just look at it, and like we're doing right now, and look at these pictures and go, well, that's clearly not something natural.
Do you think it's still rock, or you think it's metal?
You know what it reminds me of? So I'm a pretty avid gamer, and one of the games I play, I have to mine for iron ore, and in the game, that's basically what a pile of iron ore looks like. It's like black
drilling
with
rigs,
some reddish tint to it.
I know what you're talking about.
Well, the thing to me is that when you look at stuff and then you have two options. You can either believe what you're told that you're looking at, or you can come to your own conclusions. which may include what you're told, because it doesn't mean that what you're told is always wrong. It's just always suspect. Because
Well, the other thing is we're looking at it as an earthly perspective, so we don't really know what the landscape of Mars should look like. We're just guessing about what we know from our planet.
Yeah, what we recognize, basically. Yeah.
Well, but how is that going to be that much substantially different between the planet Mars and the planet Earth?
It does have a Boba Fett shape to it. When I see that way, like his Boba Fett ship, you know, it kind of stood up and flew vertical. Kind of looks like that.
Yeah, I was getting like a suckerfish kind of vibe going on there. Because it looks, you know, it's like a head of the fish. There's the fucking mouth
or reptile.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And yeah. Kind of stuff that makes you go,
oh.
It's like, did you know this? Well,
that's a bale of weight someone threw it out of a boat.
I was going to say somebody lost their stash big time.
Oh, they're going to be pissed. That's a lot of weed.
Oh, that's a
big
right
brick.
Yeah.
Running from the Space Force.
See, even our secret Space Force is smuggling crap. Just like our government.
That's the Mars cartel is going to be pissed, man.
United Airlines at LAX will say, I think we misdirected your suitcase. I'm not sure where it went.
Your package has been lost in the system.
Oh, it's on Mars. Oh, excuse me. That'll be an extra charge to bring it
I
home.
hope you're safe. I hope your flight to Boston was enjoyable. We found your luggage.
But then they have unclaimed freight. Freaking auction. Like if you can auction off the thing, can't you just open it up and figure out whose it is?
Yeah. But no, you open it up, you open the suitcase up, and there's a body in there. And it smiles at you when you open it up.
It looks like a big giant book.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but
you know what? The first thing I thought was, you know, everybody saw, well, somebody lost their stash. And then the first thing I thought was, well, maybe this is the modern day DB Cooper. And he actually hitchhiked on fucking Musk's car that he launched. Finally got to Mars, and he lost the load when he was coming in for the landing. See, that's where my mind went.
To me, it looks like some kind of book or ledger where it could just open up right there. It looks like there's a split where it could just open up like that's all pages.
You know,
yeah, it's very layered.
You know, doing what this guy's doing, and I'm sure he's doing more of it now, but this is just like applying AI to those UFO videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Cleaning up the image. Yeah, it's all the AI is doing is using all the tools that you would do manually in Photoshop to clean up the image.
He's definitely changing the tint and stuff, trying to get more saturation or something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
A little more detail.
Yep, soften some of the stuff, but it is out there all by its lonesome, apparently.
Well,
somebody lost their stash.
Yeah,
it's a sad thing indeed. But this could be the Book of Thoth. It could be the Emerald Tablets. It could be the great secret of shit of the universe. It could be the galactic.
Some poor alien school kid lost his textbook or backpack.
Galactic Compendium.
It could be Jimmy Hoffa.
Oh.
It does look like a book, though. The left side of it, the darker shady, looks like the spine.
Is there?
And then, yeah. And then the cover looks like there might have been something on the cover, like a textured cover.
Right.
Like an ancient textbook might be.
It might have had its kind of their version of a hardcover, maybe a piece of wood and some really nice leather.
Something to that effect, yeah.
Right. And then these are all the pages.
Yep. That's what I saw. I don't know.
And then there's the bottom cover right there.
Yeah. It's sure sitting out there out of place, looking like it had some activity at one time. You can actually, doesn't this kind of even look like a curve to the binding?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're 5 minutes to 4 hours.
We are 5 minutes to 4 hours.
Wow.
4 minutes to 4 hours.
Well, we should.
Well,
probably,
we're not on Riverside, so
yeah, we don't
can go over.
We can go over, so yeah, we should probably think about wrapping this up. But I'm really enjoying the pictures here, gents, and having
me too.
Conversation about them.
Looks like a book to me.
I'll give that a thumbs up too. I enjoyed it.
That looks like Arizona.
And
I was going to
it's
say Wyoming.
Wyoming.
Look up here. I bet that's what he zooms in on. Well, that's interesting. What's going on there?
Part of a subdivision.
Probably a damn HOA.
Yeah, that does look very like
There's a fence. Those are like rock fences.
walled in or something. Yeah.
Even Mars has HOAs. Oh my gosh.
They're MOAs.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, those green images behind the
what is
the
that?
wall. Yeah, that could be a graveyard. Those could be
grave markers.
Tombstones. Yeah, grave markers.
Hmm.
So it looks like it does go.
Look at the curve that it makes on the left there. Like it goes straight across the bottom and then it cuts up and then it cuts to the left.
Yeah.
This here?
Yeah.
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 That looks very like
those
man-made.
Those were made by somebody or something.
Yeah.
They're not part of nature. At least in my expert opinion.
Yeah, what's that?
That's the wing of Malaysia 370.
So it's this down here. Oh, look at this field of shit. All right, hold on a second. So this
it looks like import area of a wing with the flaps and ailerons removed.
This, whatever that is.
Mars shark.
Mars shark.
No.
Telegram. Go back to the zoomed in of that big structure looking thing. That's weird. It's got those protrusions out there like it's beams or something that connects with something.
Yeah, there's stuff going on down here.
Ribbing or something.
Yeah, that is the trailing edge of a fairly large wing, and the flaps and control surfaces have been removed. You can almost see where the ribs are. You can see probably one of the hinge points for the flaps. It's a straight line up to one point where the flap is, and it goes up a little bit. That could be like a speed brake. I mean, I'm not an A&P mechanic, but I spent 10 years working on a British airplane, the de Havilland Comet, and I had that thing all the way apart, and that's what that looks like. It looks like the inside of the backside of a wing without any control surfaces on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at
I'd
all the
take
stuff
that.
that's going on in this field here. What is this little curvy thingy going on? What's this?
Like a
It's
beach
bent up.
whale.
Spine of a ancient
Dragon.
dragon. Yeah, maybe.
It's big snake.
It's the legendary Marsopus. He's digging a little deeper on this.
What the heck is that?
That looks like a
That looks out of
loading facility somewhere that's been blown over.
Or a chunk of a spacecraft that was maybe floating in orbit, and it got attacked, and it fell to the Mars surface, because it does look kind of very mechanical-y-ish.
The large piece that the structure is on would be flat, but the other ones are vertical. You know, that'd be not a geologist, but I would think that would be very, very unusual for that to look that precise from nature.
Well, the right angle
Yeah.
between these two
is
just doesn't happen.
No.
Aside from the geometry of what seems to be going on here.
I mean, it almost looks like a gantry of some sort, like you would have at a refinery or even a missile launch control facility. Who knows? You know how old those rocks are, and
looks like a castle with a wall on top of a skull head.
That I was gonna say, it does look kind of very like Roman-esque there on the top. Like it would be like columns and like columns and whatnot. And it does kind of look like bricks even kind of down below.
Mm-hmm. Down in here. Yeah.
bottom left-hand corner, bottom part of a nose and
Right
a
here?
mouth. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Could have been a statue.
It definitely looks out of place for sure.
Absolutely.
What are these two little circle things out here doing?
Oh, yeah. That's Atlantis.
And then what's going on here?
Looks like a lizard.
It looks like it's
and ostrich.
It's very interesting because
What
it
are
doesn't
them-
look anything like the rest of the material.
What are them animals on Hoth that Luke cut open and they got inside of it to stay warm? It kind of looks like that. They used to ride them. I don't know.
Oh yeah, yeah. The thingies, yeah.
As the oldest guy here, I'm going to have to bail here really soon.
Well, we're gonna wrap it up here pretty quick, but if
Yeah.
you're ready to bail, Jim, we will take our leave of you and cut the suffering to a minimum.
Okay. Fucker.
That's Sir to you.
Yeah, that's Sir Fucker.
Very interesting pictures.
Yeah.
Where's your camera, G?
I don't know. Sitting down here doing nothing.
Okay.
There he is.
There he is. So yeah, we've got we just clipped a good 4 hours, and I think we had a very interesting discussion about some of the things that are most important, and then we wandered around going, well, what the hell is this stuff? And well, I guess we only have to come to our own conclusions, because none of the shit that these people are supposed to be in charge and knowing this stuff seem to know this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, they can't
seem
even
to be
figure out Earth,
slick,
let alone another planet.
right? And I think that's worthy of a toss with the around the table with the geezers to see. Well, you know what? We can't trust them. Let's see what we come up with, because God knows we'll come up with something that, you know, may not be as crazy as what everybody else saying, but it sure be more interesting.
I'd believe us.
I take our word for granted.
Well, unless somebody comes up with something better, I'm going with it.
That's what I'm saying.
Prove us wrong.
Let's see here. Do I have it? Where do I have it? Or do I have it? No, I don't have that. I wanted to bring up the on our way out here to let everybody know and remind them that the Geezer Geek merch is in the house. And you guys need, and in fact, for those of you geezers who have not ordered your geezer gear, I will send you the link offline for your exclusive access. And next geezer show, we got to be in the geezer gear to commemorate the geezerness of the geezers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, geezerness.
Geezerness.
Geezitude.
Where did I put it in here?
I just dropped a link in chat
in one of them
to the website.
Excellent.
Yeah, and I dropped it in. I think it's the only one I'm a mod in. Where are we all live at tonight? Two YouTubes and a Rumble.
Two tubes and a Rumble.
Okay.
So yeah, here we go. I finally found at least one of them. And here is the geezer gear that you too can be a proud owner. Where, I mean, when you wear the geese, you know you get your style going on. So there are the geezer gear. And you can find all that at Mindwear Apparel. And then there's also the Midwest Night Watchers gear, the Nexus gear, and the Mind Treks collection. So we are favoring our fellow content creators by putting their stuff on really good things that you can have for your own and support your independent content creator, your favorite ones. Because the only way that they can really get support is if you get stuff that they make. Yes, Karen, we did over 4 hours. Yes, we have made it. We've met the regular bar that we have to. So, Mindwear Apparel, and Clay put the link in the chat. And when you go to the main page, you'll see the new collections, the Nexus and Mind Treks, Midwest, and the Geezers.
Oh, you're on it over there.
In fact, wait a minute. Why can't I just show the site here?
I don't know. Why can't you?
Was there some reason that one of you guys were not paying attention to me not paying attention?
You know, status quo.
Yeah, okay. I appreciate it. Thanks for having my
back. We figured you knew what you're doing.
Now we got to come here and pay attention too.
So this
Yeah, what the heck?
So this is the Mindwear Apparel website where you can find all these brand new collections of independent content creators. Just launched the RB collection, which is my stuff on my website. And you can go in and actually, so if you go into, you click on one of these, you get all the Geezer Geek gear. And we particularly like the way the hat came out.
Yeah. Get your geek on.
That is a distressed embroidered logo. That's not painted on, that's embroidered. So, and they're cotton twill hats. They're just, it's like having your jeans on your head, your best fitting jeans. It's awesome. And it comes in black and then a navy blue, which is very cool. And then the gray. So all of that stuff.
I think I saw that hat on one of those Martian pictures.
And then there's the Nexus. And then there is Midwest Night Watchers.
That orange and blue does really pop out.
Told you.
The blue and blue really looks good too, though.
I like that sweatshirt, that blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it looks good with that neon logo on it.
Yeah. It's got that Tony Stark Iron Man kind of thing going on.
Speaking of Tony Stark, did you see that guy's making his own Tony Stark suit that's actual real, and he's using plasma for the source? What's that?
So I'm going to have to redo that a little bit, but so I had to do the Robert Bauer line because I got my website with all my shit on it. So I said, I'm going to go ahead and do that. Why not?
Why not?
Because I can. And it kind of looks cool. It's got some kind of something going on there. But we've got the stainless steel tumblers. We've got 11 and 15 ounce mugs. And these things are solid. All of the shirts are Gildan. I've been using these. This has been my product stuff for Mindtrex and Mindwear for the last couple of years, but everything I've gotten, I've just absolutely loved. Even got mouse pads, hoodies, wine tumblers, t-shirts, rock glasses.
A little bit of everything.
And if there's something that you see that you might like, just if you don't see it on there, tell us, and could probably find it and put it on there.
We might be in a situation where we can take special orders and make up stuff, because the thing is that if you're gonna have something that's worth consuming because you create it, you might as well have something that you can consume it with. So, everybody needs clothes and drinking materials and so forth, and hats. And if you want the best that you can get of those, that is also uniquely done for someone that creates content that you like, this is an awesome way to support them. And you get the benefit as well, because you get something that's really cool and you get to keep it and use it. It's not like having a ticket and going to a concert or something, but That's my point, is that being able to have stuff that is in support of somebody who's putting all their energy into creating something. This is a cool way to do it, in my opinion. So if you are so inclined and you like any of the stuff that we did and that we're doing, and there will be more, then this is a great way to enjoy it. Fall and winter is coming. Hoodies and long sleeves are going to be all the thing, don't you know?
And so are the Geezer Geeks.
So, I think we covered the shameless self-promotion.
Yeah, Jim probably fell asleep.
No, I'm awake, but I'm.
Oh, you're still there? I thought you left, Jim.
I thought you left.
These motherfuckers.
You said you were going. So I'm sorry.
I'm fucking still here.
You're like a bad habit.
Yeah.
Yep, Karen's got a great suggestion, having a silver 5G EMF proof. Yes. I want to add some really good affiliate products too, things that are worth, if you're going to do it, then you kind of get, you go to get the best that you can if you're going to do it. So
now,
if that made any sense whatsoever, but
I got a product affiliate sent to me in the last couple of days, and it's a pneumatic can crusher.
Nice.
They said they liked my channel and they would send me one if I would promote it and make a video and stuff. But
wow,
I mean, I had a pneumatic can crusher. Like, it has nothing to do with my channel, like whatsoever.
I got one in my garage. I use it all the time.
It looked pretty cool though. You can put like 12 cans in it and just push a button and it smashes it.
Well, another perfectly good evening completely.
Shut the hell. Yeah.
Shut the hell.
Well, I enjoy you guys. So even that cantankerous old shit from Perth.
Yeah, he kind of popped in and then popped out. But
he was in real early in Geezer Geeks on YouTube, but he only said hi, then he left.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's definitely some interesting topics tonight, and ending with like them pictures, and we were trying to figure. I love doing that. I mean, that's just the coolest stuff.
We need to get an AI program where we can start doing our own pictures, as zoom in and
do them real time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can use the tools. I think we could do it with Canva actually and do it real time. But I know with Leonardo and Artflow and ArtSpace and Ideogram, I mean, all of these expert system image manipulation tools are getting pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So,
well, this is all a simulation anyway. So,
yeah.
Shout out to all the people in chat that hung out with us for the 4 hours as well.
Yes, indeed.
You guys
had
are
a
awesome.
Good crowd tonight, and enjoyed the poking around. And basically, it seems like for the most part, on our polls, we have people that are, for the most part, they believe we're not alone and that masturbation is good. And I think that was the two.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get the Pulitzer or the Nobel Prize for broadcast, whatever it is.
I think that was the two polls that we did, that we got some G2
that you can hang your hat on, huh?
On our audience.
Yeah,
and
gentlemen,
clearly was not scientific, but
yeah,
it was representative.
You guys take care until next time, and I'll try to remember when it's Saturday again.
I'll send you a reminder next time.
Okay, that sounds great.
I'll send you a message every day in Messenger. Today's Monday. Today's Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, just what I wanted. You guys take care.
All right,
Have
Jim.
a good night, Jim.
All right.
Good night.
Have a
Night,
good Labor
Jim.
Day. Well, didn't feel like 4 hours, but it kind of
No.
does.
It goes by pretty quick.
Yeah. And I too, Clay, I liked going through the images like that and just kind of having some roundtable on them, because I mean, there's so much of that. It's amazing. And if you don't sit there and look at it, and it's kind of like you have to have a what would it be called? A geezer, not a grope. What would you?
Oh.
A geezer. Well, the gaze on stuff and just sit there. Okay, well, what does that look like?
Yeah,
Because of all of the skeptical people I know, he is a hard ass. You cannot convince him of shit.
I
When
mean,
it's
I
right
can
in front of
see
him,
it.
right in front of his own nose, he still denies
I can see it and it looks weird, but I just can't. I mean, I can envision it like it's a spacecraft or whatever you guys are saying. I can see it, but I just don't think it's real. I mean, I don't know.
Your vision will improve, Grasshopper.
I'm pretty quick. I can snatch them pebbles.
The Mountain Dew. Did you ever see that commercial?
Yeah.
Oh, that was just brilliantly done. Especially when he got to drink it at the end and he didn't see it. I was like, what? That was a whole nother level. So you guys do anything for Labor Day?
We're packing because we only got like
Oh, that's right. You got a month
50
or so to go.
days, 50 days left. So we're packing, and we decided we're going to get a larger truck and just take everything with us, because we were going to like try and save some time by getting a storage shed here and then come back next year and get it. Then we're just kind of wasting money when we could just spend the little extra money now the one time and just take it with us.
Hmm.
And then we have everything with us and we don't have to worry about it. So
yeah,
we got that going on. And then next Saturday, I won't be here. We're going to a musical with the family, and I don't remember the name of the musical. I was supposed to remember the name, but I don't remember the name. So next Saturday night, I'll be MIA. I'll be at a musical. So I'll probably end up posting some shorts or something like that.
Dude, just join the show live streaming from the musical. I mean, come on.
Not sure everybody around you will love that.
Rock over to the left. That looks really cool.
Yeah.
I just got banned from the musical.
Be thrown out. Well, that sounds great. Then G, you got your show tomorrow. Who's your guest tomorrow night?
We don't have one lined up. It might be just me and Jane, or we might light a fire out back and just sit around and hang out, or I don't know yet.
Nice.
Open mic it.
Yeah, do an open mic. Just turn it on and put out a link and see who shows up.
Yeah,
There you go.
invite some friends from chat.
We used to do like little bonfire or little fire pits and hang out in chats and do that. So we haven't done that in a while. And so that might be tomorrow night since it's the holiday weekend. What the heck?
You use StreamYard to stream, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'll swing by and play some guitar.
Oh, wow.
If you want to
There
do
we
that.
go.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well,
if you're into the morbid stuff, Wednesday I'll be premiering Jim Jones, a mini documentary about Jim Jones and Jonestown.
Oh, love me some Kool-Aid.
Oh, that sounds
I'm
great.
Currently working on a Howard Hughes one. Very
Howard
interesting
Hughes.
fellow. Yeah, very interesting fellow. I didn't know a lot about him.
Did you see The Aviator?
I did. My wife reminded me about the movie The Aviator, and I was like, I didn't
got-
put the two together.
You got any AI pictures of urine bottles and long toenails and?
Not yet, but I do got some a pretty scary looking real life picture of him when he was like in his recluse stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keeper of the
Very
crypt.
interesting. Yeah, it looked like a freaking caveman. Has like Kleenex boxes on his feet. Really weird guy.
Well, he couldn't touch anything. He's a big germaphobe.
Yeah.
It's like Tesla.
Yeah, he's on
Yep,
my list
coming.
to do too.
He's almost there.
Well, I am. I'm going to take the next couple of days, and I'm just going to chill out and play some music. If I may have any success, I may just jump in and join you tomorrow with some guitar if I can make it work the way I think it's supposed to. I might just join you because I feel like August was a lot of work. It was a lot of very busy work, and it was a very fast time. July actually was the same, but August seemed like it kind of got compressed for me. So I'm like, okay, well, so September starts on a Sunday. Start a new month, starts a new week. I think I'm just going to take some time and just kind of ease into September and coast out of August. So I'm looking forward to the holiday thing. I don't think anything crazy is going to happen. Like I said earlier, I think the self-implosion is so fucking, it's careening. It is on its own. It's off the rail, and it's going to bounce around a few things. There's going to be some EMS services that are going to kind of bounce them out of this and keep them over here in this lane for a little bit. But it's headed for a complete smack right into the wall.
Oh.
And I could be wrong.
I'm still hoping that the Venezuelan gangs and the Hells Angels match up this weekend. So I'm looking forward.
That could be
live.
interesting, indeed.
I'd like to see that on pay-per-view.
Hey, what happened to what are they? The Guardians or whatever, the guys with the
Guardian Angels?
Guardian Angels. What happened to them guys?
They're only New York subways and stuff, I think. I don't know.
Where are all them guys at, you know?
They'll come in behind the Hells Angels.
Well, the thing is, at some point, they're going to start calling on us geezers because they're going to realize that all this shit behind us right now that can't start a push mower is not going to be able to be useful doing anything. Clean up, protection, build, nothing. There's no skill sets in there. There's no understanding in there. And there's a whole bunch of shit that would get in the way of that becoming a reality for them to be productive and useful and contribute. I don't know. I'm going to try to find a way to flip that fucking switch so that the time from mess to Maximus is mitigated and it's as short as possible, because we're all going to everybody's going to have to pitch into this great reimagining that's happening. Everything's going to get turned over, but it's going to be glorious on the other side. Part of the nice thing about turning it over, it's like we were talking on the election tonight. Did the 2020, did they let it happen? I think they did, because you had to let the kids ruin the fucking house on their own and let everybody watch them do it in order to make the cleanup that's needed.
I told you no parties.
That's right. You are fucked now. You are out on your own. You find your own way. You do your own thing and don't come back. There's no prodigal bullshit here. You fucked up big time. And because you think that you were not wrong, you need to take your not wrong somewhere else and go be wrong over there while you think you're being right. Because none of that shit works.
The geezer has spoken, and we voted you off the island.
Final word. All right, everybody. By the way, Rock Monster word of mouth, how many years do you think we are from landing on Mars? I think that Elon's going to pull it off by the early 2030s, maybe even sooner. But
you think that soon?
Yeah, yeah.
Or have we already been there?
And that's the thing, is we're already there. But as far as the public, hey,
As
look,
far-
we can send
As
somebody up
far
to
as
the.
you know.
That's right. Did you know this?
Wait till you see this.
So, yeah, we're already there, but for the public and the sleeple, early 2030s, because I think they will need it. They will use it as a rallying effort of energy to everybody go do this.
How about we keep Earth and we turn Mars into a new version of Australia where we send all the misfits and criminals there?
I think there's merit to that idea.
Prison planet.
And
Planet.
I know one of the first people I'd put on I'd get a first class seat for.
It'll be El Presidento.
So, yeah, I think, we're definitely there already. I'm more interested in what's going on the moon.
Oh,
because the moon is right here. It's right now. It's there. It's ginormous and it's odd in so many ways.
And it's so popular right now too. Like every country wants to get there right now. Why?
Because of the stuff that we haven't been told. Because of the stuff that has been kept from us. Because you got to be careful with the people. They could get the wrong idea. They could get confused. They could get alarmed. They could panic and generate fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and FUD factor everywhere. But that's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, to get a human payload onto to Mars, I don't know. That might take 100 years or so. Yeah, they got to get a ship at least to Mars first and get it to land there.
Well, they're developing new technology on propulsion that says it's not going to take as long as they predicted.
And what's
so
it?
we'll have to see.
Is it 9 months, 6 to 9 months to trip to get to Mars one way?
Mm-hmm. But there's all kinds of, we could go down the rabbit hole of energy again and propulsion, but the technology to get us there within a few days and back is already in play. They're already using that. That's why we're there. And I think that the cities within the rings of Saturn, I think there's some of that going on. I think Io's got some shit going down on it. I think it's scattered throughout the solar system.
Well, yeah, so much unknown out there.
Well, it's probably why Michael Jackson had Io for Disney. There's something there.
There's something going on. Just all you can do is just speculate with the data that you got to look at and go, well, this kind of looks like it's going this way. But it's like we said, when we have things to talk about, they are always things that apparently those who listen to us talk and join in our talk want to talk about too. And I did not, I had one last thing. I'll go ahead and drop this on the way out here. So it's a reframe. And the idea is there's, they do these studies, and one of the studies was, they found that if you repeat something over and over, no matter how wrong it is, people will eventually just adopt it as truth. And you go, well, yeah, you needed a study to do that, to figure that out? I mean, really? So,
like Joyful Warrior,
right?
Need a little Marxist saying to go along with that Kool-Aid.
So the idea is that repeating something over and over is what becomes your truth, basically, because you just adopt it as that. And as I said on the show with conversation with Heidi, I said the truth is just the facts that somebody's wrapped their shit around. Because truth is not a fact, but it is a fact for the truth holder. So that's a reframe of what that really means. So that, you know, you were talking earlier about, you know, the sun's coming up, right? Well, you don't know why or how, but it's going to come up and you know it. So the idea is that if it's repeated a lot, then it becomes a part of what you think a lot. So whatever you spend your time thinking about is where your focus and your energy goes, which is like, well, duh, right? Well, we apparently have, it seems like there's a pretty even split that varies based on all kinds of variables, where during our daily existence, we either are thinking about something from the past or we're thinking about something for the future. So, and that's basically where whatever we're doing, it's either something that has something to do with the past or something has to do with the future. And when we spend time on the past and we think about these things that are no longer, and we spend the time on focusing on them, then we tend to stay stuck in them. What are you laughing at, G?
You sound like Kamala. Our future and our past.
Okay.
What was yesterday is today, and today is tomorrow. And
tomorrow is going to be unburdened by the past that was burdened by tomorrow. So the reframe is this: if you spend, this is something to think about. If you spend a lot of your time thinking about the past, then you're not thinking about the future, right? Duh. When you spend more time thinking about the past, then you're typically having more different psychological modes like depression, anxiety, regret. And those things then consume more of your energy. So the point is that looking at the past and thinking about the past too much takes away from thinking about and focusing on the future, which is where everything is going to be regardless of what the past was. So when you think about how kind of crazy things might be, and you go, well, this kind of sucks, and we start worrying, because worrying is like, you know, trying to solve an algebra problem by chewing bubble gum. It's like, that's not going to help you at all. Worry is thinking is putting energy into something you hope doesn't happen.
Right.
So if you think about that and reframe it, thinking about, I want to put the energy into what I do want to happen, and I limit the amount of time I think about the past, because the past I can learn from, but you don't need to wallow in it. You need to go tap it for learnage and points and new perspectives as you gain that as you go along, because we all have the experience that we had something in the past that we felt one way about, and then years later we went, you know, I think about that a little bit different now. I have more perspective. I have more information. So that was the thing. It was, oh shit. The kneeler is in the house. He has stained the front porch with his kneelness.
Oh no.
What it is, Neil, good to see you. I'm glad we could stay up long enough to see you wake up so we could say goodbye.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
Hope you have a nice day. We're out.
Yeah. because I've been trying to shut this thing down for the last hour, and these two won't shut up.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's all us.
it's just a whole lot of yapping going on there. So that was the thing. Yes, reframe. Think about the future, not the past, and you'll have a much better future than, which will then become the past after it's unburdened by the unfolding of the future that has not yet happened. All right. Well, are you geezers ready to get?
We're ready.
Yeah, I am ready.
We're going to ride off into the sunset.
Yes, indeed. Well, everybody, thanks for coming. Hope you have a great holiday weekend doing something wonderful and enjoyable. And don't worry about the shit, because the shit's going to get. It'll be a shit getting time right around the corner. And I think it's going to be a lot easier and much better than we all fear. So there is hope, only if it's in our own minds. Right?
The future is bright. Go towards the light.
That's right. And it's not a train. It's a 220 floodlight. Shining the light. Shine. What is that Creedence song? Let the midnight special. That's what it is. Shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine an ever-loving light on me.
Neither squealer get 50% off.
Nice.
Hey, Neil, your order is, I think it's fulfilled, so you should be seeing it anytime. I don't know, unless, I don't know, you guys got some weird shit going down over there. They might decide that this package is coming from yankers to wankers. They may be suspicious.
Yeah, they may be suspicious indeed.
Might have some inspection going on.
Yeah, you might get probed for your package.
Wow.
So let us know when you get it. We need pics.
This is London Yard calling. We'd like to talk to you.
We have some questions we'd like to ask you.
Who are these geezers you speak of?
Yeah, you know, our social rules prohibit the kind of conversation and content they talk about, and when they show up over here, we're going to jail them. However,
you know,
we could work out a deal with you if you'd like.
Well, if they extradite me over there, I mean, is that like a free vacation, free trip? Then
I don't know. Seems
can I
like
pick my destination?
Seems like it should be. All right. Well, I'm going to load up the geezer tune on the way out.
Yeah.
Everybody have a great, awesome rest of your weekend. And remember, we are one in many, and we're also many in one. There's a lot going on out there. So make sure you're paying attention to both sides of the many. Always focused on the one, because that's where the one is. The one is you. The guru in you is you.
Where one goes, we all go.
Where there's a going when there's one. It's easier to go when there's one than there is with more than one.
A lot less baggage.
And it doesn't preclude the unburdening of the one that was before the one that is now burdened.
Oh, wow. I think you got some speech writing ahead of you.
I think I do at least a grammar check. Oh, yeah. All right. Well, here we go. Geezer Geeks on the way out. Take care, everybody. Have a good one.
Geeks out.
Thanks, everybody.
Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. Jesus Geeks Galactic Tour. In a world place ever-changing scenes. There's a group that stands out, the Jesus Geeks team. With their seasoned minds and their tech-savvy ways, they navigate the world in the modern-day maze. Jesus Geeks, they're the ones to seek. With their wit and their wisdom, they'll make you think. From politics to gadgets, they've got the scoop. Jesus Geeks, they'll keep you in the loop. Jesus Geeks with their minds so keen. They're the voices of reason in the digital stream. From bytes to bytes, they spread their creed. Jesus Geeks, fulfilling every geeky need. In a world of noise, the calming voice, guiding through the chaos with their informed choice. They'll break it down, make it easy to understand. Jesus Geeks, the pillars of the modern man.
Dude, I swear Geezer Geeks are unreal. They're my go-to. They're killing it.
Geezer Geeks are so great. Really, they are making podcasts great again. I only listen to them